and welcome to Next Conference Quality Edition 2025 by Globant. Today, we are not just here to talk about new technology. We are exploring how human intelligence and agentic AI can come together to transform the way we work. I am Chandrima Samanta, Senior Digital Marketing Specialist at Globant, and I'm delighted to be your host for this amazing event. Joining me is my co-host Pratik Chhoriya. Throughout the day, we will explore the union of human intelligence and agentic AI to shape the future of testing. We will look at new strategies, stronger teams, and how innovation can create real impact. But before we start, here's a challenge to boost your career. You will see details on your screen and on the chat. Join our Gleam contest and compete to win an incredible mentoring session with one of our referent. It's your opportunity to take your professional future to the next level.
Thanks, Chandrima. Hello, everyone. I am Pratik, Test Architect at Globant. Together, we are thrilled to kick off this Next Conference Quality Edition 2025 by Globant. At Globant, we are driving thought leadership in different spheres of technology and innovation. With that objective, we launched our homegrown Next Conferences 7 years ago. While our Next Conferences have a huge following in APAC and LATAM, we expanded to a global level last year, and now in 2025, we are excited to be connecting with the audiences all over the world. We have an amazing lineup of speakers from the world of quality engineering.
All right, then. Let's kickstart this iteration of Quality Next. And we have none other than our very own Rahul Gole to kickstart the conference. Rahul Gole is the TDC Director of Asia. Rahul has had an incredible journey with Globant, consistently demonstrating strategic leadership, client focus, and he has a strong drive for impact. And joining him is Alejandro Stornelli, studio partner for quality engineering at Globant, with over 20 years of experience. Together, they will officially open Quality Next 2025 conference. Good evening, Rahul and Ale, and welcome to Quality Next 2025.
Hey, thank you, Chandrima and Pratik. It's great to see everyone here. It's fantastic to start this Quality Next event conference, which is a Globant Premium Conference for quality. As Asia Director for Globant, I'm incredibly proud of what we have built and what we continue to achieve in the realm of digital transformation. At Globant, we are not just riding the digital wave, we are making it. We are building product which our users love and which is also transforming our customer businesses. We are delivering that with the help of tech and methods which are latest and greatest in the new technology arena. With this thrive for driving of innovation, pushes Globant to be one of the fastest growing and fifth strongest IT brand, which is also recognized by Brand Finance. From sponsoring into FIFA World Cup, to be the digital partner for building their FIFA Plus platform, to be a technology partner for Formula One, indicates that Globant is right there and it's shaping what's next. This event, this conference, our next conference, embodies that spirit. It showcases how Globant's technology prowess is solidifying a position as a thought leader in tech industry. We are continuously seeing rapid evolution of technology year over year. Our next conferences are aimed to highlight these changes and share our perspectives around it. We have a great history of Quality Next. Pratik did mention about how we have started this event back in 2018, and it has been a phenomenal journey from there on. What we started back in 2018, which was an incredible proud moment for us, which we started as a local initiative, has now expanded globally. And this has always been possible because of the great response which we have received from the people who have attended those events, which encourages us to go beyond every time when we come. This year's event, the Quality Next 2025 theme, we have a great transformative topic to cover. The topic is Agentic AI transforming testing mindset. We are moving beyond the test automation, and we are trying to explore more around Agentic AI and how Agentic AI is going to accelerate the overall testing process. We're going to discuss how Agentic AI is going to reshape how we define, design, and deliver quality processes. Ale will be also covering more on this perspective. Said that, I would not take too much of your time, but I would like to thank each one of you who is attending this event, and I would encourage each one of you to be inquisitive and ask questions throughout these conferences which we're having. Said that, I would hand this mic over to Ale and to help share his thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you very much. Excited to be here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and fellow innovators, welcome to the Quality NXT Conference 2025. As I am Alejandro Stornelli, I'm the head of the Quality Engineering Studio at Globant. For those of you joining us online from around the globe, we are absolutely thrilled to have you here for our promise to be a transformative experience. This is a space where innovation meets quality at scale. This year, the conference will spotlight a fundamental shift in how we understand and approach software testing. Our theme, as Rahul mentioned, evolving software testing with Agentic AI, isn't just about using new tools. I am assuming that you are already using new tools, but now it's about a complete and necessary revolution of our mindset. For too long, we have faced the challenge of scaling our QA efforts to keep pace with the demands of the modern software development. The answer is not simply faster automation, but a profound shift from reactive tools to autonomous, goal-driven agents that are reshaping how we define, design, and deliver quality. This brings us to a crucial concept we will be exploring today, and I really want to highlight the human in the loop. Who are the human in the loop? Well, us, all of us. As this intelligent system becomes more capable and autonomous, the role of the human expert, our role, becomes more critical than ever before. Your skills, our expertise, our knowledge are essential for controlling and validating the outputs generated by these agents, ensuring we maintain the highest standards of quality and trust in our products. Our goal is to show you how your role can evolve to collaborate with intelligent systems, moving from simply testing to architecting quality for the future. Throughout our time together, you will gain a holistic understanding of the profound changes sweeping through our industry. This isn't a series of isolated talks. It's a cohesive narrative designed to equip you with the knowledge and mindset to lead this transformation. First, you will understand the real impact of Agentic AI on current workflows. The conference will provide you a roadmap for how to effectively integrate these new technologies into testing and continuous delivery processes. Our session goes beyond the prompts, helping you explore how AI shifts from reactive tools to autonomous agents is redefining the software industry itself. You will see how human insight and AI innovation unite to create seamless B2C experiences, with AI enabling QE teams to scale without losing the essential human touch. Furthermore, we will delve into the cultural aspect of this transformation. You will learn how to promote a culture of continuous learning and data-driven decision-making. The presentations will show you how to weave quality into your company's culture, making it a shared priority across the organization through hiring, communication, and daily rituals. You will hear from the industry leaders on how to embrace AI-driven change and build resilient teams that thrive in uncertainty. From a technical standpoint, you will uncover how advancements like MCP and LLMs enable faster quality agents to generate and adapt tests more precisely, integrating seamlessly into the CI/CD pipelines. You will also examine how code, load, and AI are reshaping performance into a shared daily practice. Ultimately, you will learn how AI-powered QA can build an invisible shield to eliminate hidden risks, delivering product trust, boosting business value, and making quality your competitive advantage. The insights you will gain here today are foundational. They will help you embrace this new area, whether you are looking to prevent your next software release ending in a disaster or simply want to learn how to shift left your prompts to design better questions and move from testing to architecting quality. We are honored to have a world-class lineup of speakers from diverse backgrounds and leading companies. They will share their deep expertise and real-world examples to guide you through this journey. So, to finalize, I want to extend a special thanks to our hosts, Chandrima and Pratik, and to our closing speakers, Tomas and Juan Pablo. Join our mindset revolution because you will learn today your future in testing isn't just faster, it's smarter. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
También una cultura data driven. Esta década, pues, del 2025 para arriba, es una cultura que entienda que la inteligencia artificial es el auto, pero la gasolina son los datos. La democratización ahora con todo el impacto de inteligencia artificial y todos los sistemas que vienen creando, no es dar acceso al dashboard, es dar acceso a acciones reales y concretas. Quiere decir que a tu equipo de ventas, ¿por qué le darías acceso a un dashboard como Tableau? Si fácil le puedes dar una interfaz conversacional que traduzca los datos en acciones. Y las acciones, poder hacer mensajes o estrategias personalizadas para cada uno de tus clientes basado en esos datos. O sea, ¿por qué quisieras darle un dashboard si pudieras darle acciones reales y concretas con agentes de inteligencia artificial basados en sus datos? O sea, democratizar no es abrir el cubo de datos que tenemos, sino diseñar experiencias que traduzcan todos esos datos en decisiones y acciones.
Thank you, Rahul and Alejandro, for that lovely kickstart to Quality Next. Now, let's jump right into our first session on human-powered AI-first approach and a B2C quality story by Pradeep Soundararajan and Gaurav Mahajan. Pradeep is the founder and CEO of Mulya Testing and Bagasura, and also the author of Buddha in Testing, which has inspired testers and product teams worldwide. Gaurav Mahajan is a technical director at Global and has nearly 2 decades of expertise in quality engineering. So without any further delay, let's dive into this compelling conversation where human intuition meets AI-driven precision to transform B2C quality journeys. I will now hand over to Gaurav to conduct the session.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gaurav Mahajan. I have Pradeep Soundararajan with me. As Pratik mentioned, Pradeep is somebody who doesn't need an introduction. Some of you, I would say many of you already know him from his conference talks, his book, Buddha in Testing. I know Pradeep as a practitioner at heart and a founder of Mulya and Bagasura by experience, and someone who's been helping organizations from deep tech startups to large B2C companies and helping them to rethink quality for more than a decade now. So what I'm excited about today is that we're talking about AI not as a buzzword, but hearing from someone like Pradeep, who has lived a tester's journey, who still doesn't hesitate to introduce himself as a tester first, who sees the opportunities AI brings in, and how his thinking aligns to what we were talking about, what Ale was just speaking, and what we are seeing across the industry, whether it is Globin's AI pod and approach we have with Magnify, and using AI as more and more integrated in our ways of working. So welcome, Pradeep.
Thank you.
So in the first segment of this conversation, maybe I would like to speak to you about your journey about your experience, and I would let our audience know that why it is important to hear from you on that. So, as I mentioned, that you don't hesitate to kind of call yourself a tester first, uh, even before as an entrepreneur or CEO.
Yeah.
Why that identity is so important to you? Why you would love to stay rooted in testing as your identity?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And I'm quite excited about being a part of this conference. Great gratitude to you and the Global team, who is already doing a fantastic job. And I think Rahul also mentioned about your involvement in Formula One, and I'm a huge Formula One fan, and I'm thank you for that. Thank you for all the contribution you're doing for that. Now, to the question that you asked about, why do I identify myself first as a tester, before I identify as anything else, is because I think I have been a tester turned product owner, a businessman, and all other, consulting and everything else that I've done. The foundation of everything that I am doing today is laid through deep skills that I gained by being a tester. And I think being a tester, being a really good tester, let me also clarify that. Being a really good tester enables us to have great observation skills, great listening skills, great documentation and writing skills, critical thinking skills, lateral thinking skills. I'm so damn grateful. So if given a chance, if I have another life and I have to start off as a career, start my career as a tester, I will absolutely choose that. So that's why I identify myself as a tester first.
Great. Thank you for that. And just extending that, and I think we would love to understand that what you thought as a tester you could not solve, and you thought, let me start an organization, let me start a company to solve this, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that you went from being a practitioner to start a company from scratch, and if there was a turning point which pushed you, if you would like to share something around that, that would be great.
Yeah, the more and more I learned about testing and how it can change and influence the growth of an organization, and the kind of companies that I've seen struggling with certain testing challenges, I felt that everyone is aware of the solution, but there are certain things that prevents them from bringing their game in. Like for example, I'm sure many people in the audience has more skills than what they have been able to apply. I wanted to focus on translating what skills I had built into practice. And for that, I needed an environment which was more open to being able to experiment. And starting a company was the best platform for me, and being a consultant as well. So before I started the company, I was a consultant, and that freedom helped me bring out a lot of these skills, hone my skills, and practice these skills. So I would have not preferred to start the business. I am saying this in hindsight. And recently somebody asked me, Pradeep, if you were to restart your business, how would you do? I said, I will not start the business. So it happened to me. And I would say that I didn't actively go looking for it, but given what I wanted to do, I had to become a businessman. And for those who are skilled, you need the right platform for you to be able to bring your skills on board. And it's important each one of us creates those opportunities. And I think that's just what I did. I just created an opportunity for my skills to be put into practice and shown the value part of it.
Yeah, great. So Pradeep, with Mulya, you help the deep tech organization, the B2C
Yes.
firms to improve their quality, their time to market, ensuring quality was always there. Do you remember a moment where you thought the traditional approach to quality was just not enough? I'm sure there will be many, but what would be top examples which you would love to share with us? Yeah.
Absolutely. So one of the many companies that we support, and they also support us, is Hotstar. And Hotstar has now it's Geo Hotstar. So Geo Hotstar has the maximum number of concurrency when it comes to IPL and World Cup cricket and all of that stuff. So the traditional approach to testing would have been testing from one setup, one lab, whereas customers and users of Geo Hotstar are not going to be at one place. They're going to be moving around. So the first testing approach that we came up with in the company is to put testers on a bus in Bangalore, and they were testing while they were on the go, because we envision that people who are watching those IPL matches are going to be watching when they're coming back from office. I'm sure a lot of people have done, and for my friends in Argentina, if there's a football match and they're on the way back in a commute, and they would be loving to watch that. So essentially, I think it's important that we recognize that users are not going to sit in the lab and watch. Users are going to be on the move. And I think that kind of triggered a creative approach to testing. And those testers who worked on this project, they became super passionate about it. They saw a new world of testing. And I think each one of us, I'm sure there are many such stories also in Globant. And I think the world, the leaders like us have to come out and share more such stories out. So that's where I think the traditional testing would have failed for them. And we contributed one person. They also have a great team there. So I won't take the full credit for that.
Thank you. And while in this segment we are talking about your journey, I was having this conversation a few days back with you, and you were sharing that how your team went on to open an office in which you were not aware of, and they sent you a picture, and then you got to know that that there is an office which has been opened for you. It says a lot about the philosophy of delegation and co-ownership. And while we are speaking about your journey, how did that trust first leadership style evolve for you in this in these whole years of driving Mulya and Bagasura?
Yeah, one of the important things I realized is that a lot of testers and testing teams go through identity crisis in an organization, in every organization, right? The whole concept of why you're doing this conference also is to help them see that they have a strong, good identity. So how did this leadership come by is when I looked at some of the talented colleagues in the companies that I worked with. They were doing good, but they were struggling with this identity of do I have the capabilities to grow further, to do those things and all of that stuff. I said, I think there should be a culture that's centric to testers in every organization. I'm sure even in your company you would have already recognized that, and this conference, if you're doing it for the 7th year, is a testament for that. But okay, that aside, I think that there should be a culture. There can be a subculture created specifically for the testers, because the kind of chaos testers go through, developers don't go through, the BAs don't go through, the customer support and success teams don't go through, the sales don't go through. And so I think that I wanted to create a culture that's specific and unique to testers. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to open things up. Okay, the other thing is also, I'll just, once I finish with this, the other thing is also that when people can make decisions and can execute decisions is when their courage grows. And courage is a critical piece for a tester to succeed. I've seen phenomenally skilled testers without courage failing. I've seen an average tester with courage succeeding. So I think it's important for all organizations to nurture courage as a skill. And I just wanted to do it, whatever is there in my control. So I'm glad it's happening for people around me.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pradeep. In the next segment, I think this is where the juicy part is, and where we would like to talk more about your take on AI and AI first mindset. Um, so I will start with a very plain vanilla basic, question which you might have been
Recording
asked
in progress.
a lot of time. Um, so while we are in this juncture of LLMs, AI, artificial intelligence helping us as a great assistance at our disposal, uh, it is reshaping workflows. From your perspective, what is the real opportunities for engineers in quality, or testers, as we say?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure everybody in the audience wants to get an answer for this question. There are many answers for this question, but I would like to,
Recording stopped.
but I would like to, okay, help them understand that the response I'm going to give is one of the many answers. Just like how in ChatGPT they can go and keep regenerating answers, and every answer looks like the correct one. This is one of the regenerated answers, my dear audience. Okay, now from the testing perspective, we have problems to solve for customers. To me, instead of looking at the hype, if I were to look at AI as an incidental thing to happen and say, hey, I've got a new tool to help my customer succeed. So what are the list of problems I want to solve for my customer that I have not been able to solve so far? And now that this piece of AI, whatever promise it offers, is available, can I use this to solve that problem? The focus I'm seeing, and I'm very concerned about it, is that we should be in the age of AI. We should be talking more about customers than about AI. AI came in to support and help improve the value for our customers. But it has become in such a way that everybody is focusing on AI and the focus on customer is going away. So to me, I think for those who really want to get ahead with AI, the focus on customers should increase. And this is the most beautiful time to do that. So, for example, I'm trying to see what are the problems. We have always put it as a backlog, saying, oh, if we had if a release was pushed by 6 days and we had completed what we wanted to complete, what will we do in those 6 days? That's the kind of thinking that needs to come in to say, okay, we have 6 days, it's a green field right now, we have AI, what can we do? This can dramatically change the approach, and this can help improve the focus towards customers. And I think for customers, whether we use AI or not, if we are solving their problem more efficiently, faster, better, just like Formula One, that's what is important, right? So our customers are Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, all of these folks who want the fastest of the car with all the controls and with all of that stuff. If we can offer that to them, they're happy.
So on that thought, if I can further ask you, now there are two folds to this next question. So one is, what is that one misconception and one myth you would like to see the test engineers drop about AI?
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you asked this question. I want to tell that the first use case in testing that people claim they solved through AI is the test case generation part of it. So you upload all documentation and test cases generated. But the best of the testers so far have been people who have been able to think through those tests, document those tests. Now, the thinking part of the test cases still should be with the human. But today, people want to create fully autonomous, and which essentially means that the human in the loop is going away. One. Okay, second thing, I want, this is the concept I've been working on. I'm not working on human in the loop. I'm working on the expert in the loop. For somebody to fly an airplane, they need sufficient hours of training, and then they can leverage the use of a co-pilot. Then they can use an AI co-pilot. But if for years, if we have testers who have just seen AI generate test cases, and they just complement to it, their ability to think through test cases, their ability to understand and build test coverage drops significantly. So I would want people to drop the myth that AI should be used to generate test cases, but they can be used for a lot of other things, which helps us get time for the customer. Like, for example, the most noisiest piece in testing is the execution part of it. But there is also value for humans to do that. But I'm saying that the 99% of it, if be it automation or AI can take over, then the thinking part, the focusing on customer part, comes back to the human expert. And I would love to see testers graduate to become test expert and not just remain testers. So that's what I want people to drop.
Yeah, thanks for that. And even I would agree to that. And I think that is where this whole balance of human plus machine is so critical. I believe that AI is at our disposal. It is a great assistant for us, but that doesn't take away the edge which cognitive intelligence brings in as humans, right? So
Yes.
completely agree with that. And I think you very carefully also covered why it is sort of important to have this balance and why human in the loop is important, right? And not looking at
Expert
AI.
in the loop. Expert in the loop. Expert in the loop. Because if we say to the generation of testers, expert in the loop is the only job available. Everybody wants to strive to be the expert in the loop. If we say human in the loop, then everybody is like, oh, I'm already a human, I'm just going to be in the loop. No, you have to strive to be an expert. That's what I want to create.
That's quote of this conversation, maybe. Quote of the day for me. So thank you, Pradeep. Thank you for that. And well, that brings us to one more question, which I have for you. So, in your early projects at Mulya, when you were building the organization, and now that you have this assistance for you, have you ever had this thought that if I had this assistant way back then, how I would have done things differently, or the outcomes might have varied for you as an entrepreneur, as a CEO for Mulya and Bagasura?
Yeah, that's a great question. Do you know, most of the testers that I've worked with want to run more test cases, but due to the limitation of time and pressure and lack of availability of an environment, back those days, getting a test environment itself was very, very difficult. And there was a limited set of things. And if you're working with a hardware, software embedded, kind of a thing, you are constantly fighting with, to get the devices and stuff like that. So for me, I wanted to run a lot of experiments. Now, for some of it, I had the skill. For some of it, I didn't have the skill. So if AI was there in 2003, when I started my career, I would have got a lot more agents to work for me. I would have become the super boss even then. And I would say, I will do these things, and I will become the boss of AI agents. And I would love to create different kinds of agents. Like for example, there's this there was this tool, like how things like the Charles proxy is there, right? So we had tools from, from that era, from NIST where you can throttle the bandwidth while you are testing for streaming and stuff like that. For back those days, the 3G, VoIP solutions and stuff like that. I would have loved to have many such tools that I could have built myself and deployed. And my dependence on on others to create these tools for me would have dropped significantly. One. Second thing, is that in terms of the testability part, 99% of testing projects suffer the lack of testability. even today, because if you look at most of the front-end automation, why it fails is because there's missing element IDs, accessibility IDs. People are trying to figure out XPaths and stuff like that. I think back those days, if I had it, I would have used AI to solve the problem of testability of all my things. So I would have got AI agents to get unit tests written for developers who didn't want to write unit tests. I would have used AI agents to improve testability of the code. I would have used AI agents to perform set of tests that I would have loved to perform, but I don't know how to perform, or I needed a tool to perform. So these are the three things that I would have done.
Great. Thank you, Pradeep. It's always great to hear from you, but I have more questions, because now that you have spoken about how you would have used AI, I would like to talk to you how you are using AI. And we had this conversation before this podcast, right? And you were telling me about a Bagasura, which you have made it open for all. And you said something which caught my attention and stayed with me. You're saying that you're trying to create a slowest AI tool in the world.
Slowest AI tool in the world. Pradeep is building it. Yeah.
Walk us through. I mean, tell me the thought process.
So again, I'm gonna use the Formula One example, right? There's a beautiful movie that came about Formula One, F1 the movie. In that, Sonny Hayes, our favorite guy, Brad Pitt, says something like, "Smooth is slow, slow is fast." Okay, and what he means by that, and what even I mean when I say I'm trying to build the slowest AI, I am trying to get AI to do a lot of processing before it gives me an answer. I think people are looking at an AI as a black box. Okay, let's say, I mean, we've been calling it a co-pilot and all these cliched, terms. If it is my fellow pilot, and for me, the human brain is so powerful that when I'm looking at you, when I'm talking to you, the human brain is processing millions of things right now for you, me, and everybody in the audience. Now, the human brain has evolved over like thousands and thousands of years to get to this point. AI is in its first generation. No, it's not in the first generation. It's in the 6th or 7th generation, because we've had AI even in the past, although we didn't call it AI and we didn't popularize it as AI. So I would say that it's in the 6th or 7th generation, but it's in the first generation of mass use. So previously, it was used by certain companies in certain places, but now everybody is trying to make it a popular mass use. So this being the first generation of the popular use, it is processing things faster. I would like when I query for something, I would like AI to take 3 minutes, take 4 minutes, take 5 minutes, but give me a beautiful, crisp, contextual answer. Don't give me a vague answer. So and in the testing space, one thing that I figured out is precision matters a lot. You cannot give out a vague answer. So if there's a decision maker coming and asking me, a question, I need data. And you know this, right? Everybody who goes into a meeting collects crunches the data and, goes very well prepared. This is my test coverage. This is where it's failing. This is what we have done. This is what we need to do. So comprehension, this coherence, AI, I want AI to have. So in the product that I'm building, there is a public version of this which is free, which has the fast, narrow, shallow thinking one. But in a very deep custom trained model that we have built something which takes time to come up with a more contextual answer. And I think over a period of time, people will choose a more contextual answering AI than a shallow, quick, fast AI. So that's essentially what I would say. And again, I'm going to use the Formula One example here. Some cars come P1, P2, P3 in qualifying, but they don't win the race. Some cars in the free practice, they're on 1, 2, and 3, but they don't win the race. So if it's about winning the race, it's okay even if you are P10 in practice, but in the race you are there on the podium. So that's what I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build something which goes onto the podium.
That's great to know. And Pradeep, I would love to talk to you more, but we have also some questions in the chat. Audience also, and we would like to take some of them.
Sure.
So the team, do you have any questions which you would like to share with us, which we can spend some next few minutes? So yeah, I think one of the questions which I can see is that tips for transitioning from traditional AI-assisted test case design and how to be expert in the loop. Like, I mean, if you have some high level, a broad level structure or a skeleton, which you can say that, hey, this is what AI can give you and how you can develop like an expert in the loop mindset.
Yeah. So, one thing that I see across the testers in the globe, when they go through a training program for testing, they learn a lot of techniques, approaches, but when they get onto a project, they have the pressure. So at best, they take up a requirement and they come up with testable cases for that. And if they think they've sufficiently covered the functionality, they're good at it. But they're not consciously implementing the techniques, the approaches, the heuristics and oracles that they have learned during the training program. AI is a wonderful opportunity to bring all of those techniques and approaches and get it implemented through AI. So that is how you level up as a test expert. That's how you level up. So when we talk about becoming a test expert, we're essentially saying, hey, bringing what we know in order when we are applying it onto the project. But because of the constraints of the timeline of the project is the reason why a lot of people are not able to do it. And I'll give you a cricketing example or a sport example for this. When you are under pressure, a lot of talented players crack. This is exactly what's happening with all testers in projects, that they are talented, but under pressure, they crack and they make a mistake that they would have never made in a normal day. I think AI is a wonderful opportunity to diffuse that pressure, take time, process all of those things, implement the techniques and approaches, and that's the way they level up their game. That's the way they level up their game to become an expert. That's the way they level up their game to become the expert in the loop.
Great. So that brings us to the conclusion. Pradeep, we have a time boxed approach to this summit, this conference. So it was a fantastic conversation indeed, and I think what stood out for me that you stayed rooted in the tester's mindset while also embracing what AI brings in. So for everyone who's listening, if you want to dive deeper into Pradeep's thinking and his point of views, check out his book, Buddha in Testing, and his past conferences. And also, of course, keep an eye on where industry is heading right now with approaches like AI pods, tools like Magnify, Coda, and innovations like Bagasura. We are entering into an exciting phase. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, Pradeep, again for making time. I know you had personal commitments and you made time for this. Again, we can't thank you enough for this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's my wife's birthday, so I thank her for giving me the time to do this. That's how passionate you should be about testing. Okay, and the second thing I want to just say is that I really, really love what Globant is doing for the global, testing community that you have, and I wish the best to everybody. And it's a wonderful time frame, and I hope all of us use this in a great way. Thank you very much to the, to the leadership team. I hope to stay connected through LinkedIn and other places. Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And from all of us, including the leadership and everybody on live, we wish your wife a very happy birthday and have a great evening ahead of you.
I'll tell her. A few thousand people wished her for letting me do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pradeep. Thank you. Lovely having you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good day.
Lo que hemos venido haciendo también en otras compañías es trasladar la capacidad de BI a las áreas de negocio. Entonces ya BI no está en tecnología, BI no está en data, sino BI está en todas las áreas de negocio, y eso es lo que está pasando hoy en día. Nuestro rol ya es un rol de democratizar, es un rol de entrenar, es un rol de evangelizar, para poder empezar a mostrar que la explotación de la data, obviamente con una buena gobernanza, porque si no hay una gobernanza, ahí estamos hablando que pueden haber unos costos bastante elevados, y eso significa que la billetera tiene límites y esto puede generar sobrecostos.
Thank you, Pradeep and Gaurav. That was a compelling conversation on how human intuition and AI-powered testing can elevate B2C quality. The next session is Beyond the Prompts, the future of testing with Agentic AI. Let's dive into how AI is making the leap from reactive prompts to self-directed models that redefine quality engineering with our amazing panel. Jonathon Wright is a strategic thought leader who serves as the Chief Technology Evangelist and R&D Head for Eggplant at Keysight Technologies. Abiola Rasaq is a seasoned software testing professional and founder of the Bug Detective Limited, a pioneering QA company and community in Africa. Vladimir Primac is a subject matter expert within Globant's Quality Engineering Studio, boasting 13 plus years in IT with a specialization in test automation. Anjali Nikumb brings over 15 years of experience spanning software test management, quality control, and project leadership. Let's get the conversation started by exploring how autonomous agentic AI is redefining the way we test, ensuring quality at scale with intelligence and agility.
Lo que hemos venido haciendo también en otras compañías es trasladar la capacidad de BI a las áreas de negocio. Entonces ya BI no está en tecnología, BI no está en data, sino BI está en todas las áreas de negocio, y eso es lo que está pasando hoy en día. Nuestro rol ya es un rol de democratizar, es un rol de entrenar, es un rol de evangelizar, para poder empezar a mostrar que la explotación de la data, obviamente con una buena gobernanza, porque si no hay una gobernanza, ahí estamos hablando que pueden haber unos costos bastante elevados, y eso significa que la billetera tiene límites y esto puede generar sobrecostos.
Hey, hi everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to you all. Thank you for joining and connecting to Quality NXT 2025 conference from various time zones. I'm Anjali Nikumb, test architect at Globant and a tester at heart. I'm proud to say that. We are pleased to welcome our esteemed panelists here. Like you heard from Pratik and Chandrika, this is our first panelist here. That is Jonathon Wright. He's the Chief AI Technologist at Eggplant. So Jonathon, please go ahead and tell us more about your work.
Sure. Well, continuing in from that fantastic last session around leveraging AI for testing, I suppose, and the evolution of those generations. So I've been doing automation since the early 90s. I've been involved in writing a number of books. I did a book with Dorothy Graham, who was the first person to write automation code back in 1970 for Bell Labs in the US. But more recently, I published a book in 2020 for artificial intelligence for software testing. So I was part of the ISO 29119 Part 11 standard for testing of AI-based systems. So I've been building AI systems for the last 10 years based out in Silicon Valley, which is where I'm based now in Santa Clara. But before that, obviously, the last 4 decades have been focused primarily on automation. So I've got a breadth of areas to kind of cover today, and we're actually building, and we launched our first agentic platform about 3 or 4 months ago. So Keysight is the original Hewlett Packard, so the original Dave and Bill that started Silicon Valley back in the 1939s building test equipment, and we're that same company today. And I run an R&D across Oxford, Cambridge, Santa Clara, and Penang. So it's really exciting to be here, and looking forward to geeking out about agentic AI and how it's going to change the face of testing.
Great, great. And Jonathon, I must say you have a lovely workspace. Very interesting. All right.
Thanks. I'm trying to keep it a bit more exciting for conferences.
Great. All right. We move to our second panelist. That's Abiola Rasaq. She's the founder of The Bug Detective. Over to you, Abiola.
Okay, hi everyone. So I'm actually very excited to be here and to talk about this. So for me as well, over the years, I mean, I've been a software tester for a while, and I became very interested in AI because I interacted with some models, and I figured that some of the response I was getting was quite biased, and I started asking the right question as to who's testing this AI? And I think that was just like the right launch for me, and it's been a wonderful experience since then. So since then, I would like to call myself an AI ethics advocate and a quality advocate. So not just talking about the AI models itself, but also their quality, talking about ethics and how they are of good use to the human race in general. So yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Okay, and moving to our third panelist, Anna Glober, is Vladimir Primac. He's a subject matter expert and from our QA studio. Over to you, Vladimir.
Yep, hello, thank you. So I am a subject matter expert with over 13 years of experience in IT industry. My journey has been deeply rooted in automation with a strong focus on Java, Selenium, REST Assured. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to lead and shape QA automation strategies across diverse domains, from finance and education to marketing, research, and others. So I specialize in building a robust automation framework, driving quality processes, and mentoring teams to elevate their testing capabilities. I know different tools, but now I am focusing on applying different AI possibilities in our day-by-day work. Beyond hands-on automation, I've served as a team lead, coach, and university lecturer for 9 years, sharing my knowledge in software testing, programming, development. So I am passionate about continuous learning and helping others to grow in their QA careers. And I'm glad to participate in today's discussion regarding AI agents.
Okay, thank you. Right. So our topic for today is Beyond the Prompts, a Future of Testing with Agentic AI. It focuses on the next evolution in the AI systems, where systems do more than just responding, they also think autonomously. So agentic AI can take initiative, they can make decisions and adapt dynamically, moving testing beyond scripted prompts to intelligent, goal-driven exploration. So they say that the shift promises smarter, faster, and more autonomous testing systems that understand the end goals or the objectives rather than just executing the script step by step. So let us understand more about it. So having said that, I would like to discuss our first point with Abiola and Vladimir. So here it goes. Like when we talk about agentic AI transforming software testing, what does that actually indicate? Like how is this different from the test automation scripts and tools most teams are familiar with? Over to you, Abiola.
All right, thank you, Anjali, for that. So I would explain it this way. When we talk about test automation, usually you have, okay, I'm using either a no-code automation tool or scripting tool, using Cypress, you're using Selenium, you're using Playwright, what have you. And I like to say this. So I own a community, I run a community of software testers in Africa here. So we are almost 1,000 testers. And one of the time when we have conversation, one of the things that, I tell them is if you don't script it, it won't run. So when you're scripting, when you're writing your automation script for certain things, it doesn't think for you to think, oh, I'm supposed to step here and open the fridge to pick up my salad. If you don't put that step of open the fridge, you will get stuck at that point. So that is for automation. So for automation, you have, we have that, traditional way of making sure that we are highlighting step-by-step actions that the bot needs to take before we do certain things. But for agentic AI, it's more interesting because now when we say it's autonomous, it means that, it can take independent actions, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to wait for you to say, open the fridge, stretch your hands, take up the salad, close the fridge. You don't necessarily have to explain every of this step by step. It can literally think of these ideas. Okay, if I am supposed to pick out the salad from the fridge, then I have to open the fridge to start with. So that
Let me continue with my answer on this question. So I think it's a great place to start. When we talk about agentic AI transforming software testing, we're not just talking about faster automation. We are talking about a fundamental shift in how testing is conceived and executed. Traditional test automation is like a scripted play. We all know every move is predefined, every line is hard-coded, and we write test cases, define expected outcomes, and hope the application doesn't change too much, because then it does, our scripts often break. So agentic AI, on the other hand, is more like hiring a skilled improviser who understands the story you want to tell and finds the best way to get there. Even if the script changes mid-performance, it can adapt. So these AI agents are autonomous. They don't need step-by-step instructions. Instead, they understand high-level goals, like verify all user roles and complete their workflows, and then explore the system to figure out how to achieve that. They can discover APIs, generate test data, simulate edge cases, and even identify inconsistencies between the code and the documentation, the most difficult part for us testers. Agentic AI is adaptive. If the application changes, they don't need to be rewritten. They learn and adjust. They are intelligent. They prioritize testing based on risk, on usage patterns, and previous failures. They can simulate real-world behavior, model thousands of users to perform some load testing, and even detect race condition and business logic flows that scripted tests would never catch. It is the most difficult challenge for us. And this agentic AI multimodal, they analyze UI elements, backend code, documentation, logs all together, all at once to build a holistic understanding of the system. So how is it different from traditional automation? It's the difference between checking if the light turns on, then you flip the switch, versus having an AI walk through the house, test every appliance, and tell you that the wiring might fail next week, so it can predict. Agentic AI shifts us from verification to discovery model, from static scripts to dynamic goal-driven testing agents. It's not just a better tool, it's like a smarter teammate. That's what makes it transformative for us.
Right. And to add to it, it also is a, you can say, a self-healing testing phase, I would say, and resilient as well.
Yeah, you're
All
right.
So till we have Abiola, let's move to our next question here. I would like Jonathon to address this one. Where are we today with the agentic AI testing implementations? Like, what are the most promising use cases organizations are successfully deploying currently?
Sure, that's a great question. And I think part of it is, I think we're talking about enterprise scale here. We're talking about how do we, I'm going to call it, how does AI grow up for those kind of organizations that are wanting to take advantage of, let's call it AI augmented testing for a second. So I'm kind of doing two things on the other screen at the same time. One was I was just talking to Dr. Tariq King, who, you know, has been doing research in testing of AI systems for the last 10, 15 years. But I'm also filling in the preparing for Forrester's wave, which is all about agentic-based systems. And a lot of that is talking about how do large enterprise utilize these kind of capabilities. So we have companies that range from NASA doing space exploration to, you know, mission critical Department of the Defense, aerospace and defense companies, medical companies using these technologies. What we've seen over, you know, 2017, the introduction of transformers, and I think it was, you know, the previous speaker who mentioned about, you know, this has been going on since Alan Turing in 1950, which is just a few miles from where I live in Bletchley Park, where he wrote his original papers on the singularity and really kind of point us in the right direction to how we can leverage artificial intelligence. And I think, again, it was popularized in the sense it's become mainstream, and therefore people are starting to use it every day, using things like Copilot. And I think the confidence levels are, and also use cases they're trying to define for the testing industry specifically are more narrow initially. So, you know, I'm going to partly disagree with the last speaker on the previous session to say, well, actually, about 2 years ago, we brought a solution to market around doing test design. Now, if we go back to things like requirements traceability, again, back to the 1980s, 1970s, with people, again, like Dorothy Graham, who wrote a book called Document Inspection, you don't want somebody to have to go through, and it was, Vlad made a great point around reading through requirements and making sure they're always aligned with the test cases and that we've got the right level of coverage. And they don't want to have to not only be that test expert that knows boundary value analysis, equivalence partitioning, and which pattern to apply to which potential testable component. You want to be able to be assisted on that test design, because that takes about 60% of the time, right? You know, test execution is only a small area, and it's something we focus on for such a large amount of time, because this idea of automation, removing repetitive tasks is been going, you know, for the last 4 decades, and we've only just seen this evolution. So where are we today? And that's the exciting bit. And I think Vlad made some fantastic kind of foundational comments that actually reasoning engines, like some of the Minstrel capabilities that have recently just been released, are incredibly powerful at being able to make decisions and document, you know, that thinking process that we've seen with, you know, with large foundation models like Anthropic. So what's really changed? Well, when we start applying agentic capabilities or AI agentic testing, we're not talking about the testing of agentic systems in this particular case. We're talking about, in essence, creating test swarms that are able to work together to solve a particular goal. So Vlad also pointed out that, you would have within a normal organization, you might have a test manager who might be doing some test planning in a traditional sense. And that would then be passed on to lots of different test experts. Some of them could be exploratory, some could be usability, performance, security, lots of different disciplines. Part of it is the way I like to describe it and probably set it up for the next question for the rest of the panel is a hive. Is that actually, the hive controls, centralized, has the long-term memory of the activities that the overall success of that hive is down to workers that will go out and actually have limited memory, about 8K as a standard B. And that they go out as agents and collect honey, come back, pollen, and come back to the hive. Now, the whole point is, we all know this, they dance, and therefore they, correspond to other ones to go to other locations. If there's no pollen in an area, it won't go back, it will go to another area. So there's a coordination element that's coordinating the hive successfully. Now, actually, only 10% of those bees actually know what they're doing and can interpret dance. Therefore, they go off and do something completely anonymously, and they just go off and try something completely different. And that's what we need with agentic testing is automation, as pointed out earlier, is scripted and is linear in its fashion. We need to be able to look at doing all permutations, all use cases, but we also need to have the deviation in there to try things that we would never think of. And this is actually the best use case for agentic AI, is actually allowing it a certain amount of freedom to test things that we would never have thought about testing before. And that's where we're seeing results with people like NASA in healthcare and in incredibly complicated regulated environments. So, I think this is where it's an interesting era around supporting humans, human experts, we're going to say, or human testing experts. So yeah, that's what my kind of start it all off for everyone else.
Absolutely. I completely agree on the industries that you pointed out, like fintech or healthcare, e-commerce. Yes, I agree with this. All right. Abiola, would you like to share more such implementations for us? Or I'll just repeat the question for you, like where we were talking about where we are today with the agentic AI testing implementations, and what are the most promising use cases that the organizations are successfully having or deploying.
All right. I think Jonathon kind of touched on a lot of things, but I would just, go to the IT part of things. I'm also going to speak for organizations from this part of the world as well. And when we talk about UAT, does user acceptance test, I think that we've seen a number of people try to use agentic AI to test such part of testing. But when it comes to proper deeply rooted testing, but we want to try to do a performance test, security test, there's still a little bit of trust, dilly-dallying here and there to understand, okay, does this really work, and can we really trust the results we get from here? And talking about critical thinking eventually, when we think about how a tester is going to process things and kind of test a particular product, as opposed to how this agentic AI is going to test it. So there's a lot of questions around there. So I would say that adoption isn't necessarily on the high side, but it's very promising. It's things organizations are beginning to explore. And like I said, in the UAT field, we've been seeing a very good amount of adoption in that sense, to say, okay, our testers have done the basic things that they need to do. Now let's see, what are the other things? What are the other use cases they're missing? What are the critical points that might have evade the tester's gaze, and how can we kind of catch them before the end users use them? So I would say that in terms of UAT, there's been a very good adoption in that sense.
Yeah, and talking about UAT, you made me also think about in the given duration, before the production deployment, we can also engage or make use of the space for the other kinds of testing, say non-functional requirements. They can be verified and browser compatibility, devices. I mean, that gives a lot of scope for us to test.
Of course,
Great.
definitely.
Yes. Thank you. Moving to our next question here, we have Vlad and Jonathon to address this. Like, how do we test? Like Jonathon previously mentioned, we're not talking about agentic AI testing systems. So here is, how do we test these AI testing systems? Like, what strategies ensure that agentic AI testing systems themselves are reliable and don't introduce any false positives, or maybe say like miss any critical bugs? How do we verify that?
Yeah, let me start. I
Sure.
think it's one of the most pressing challenges in the modern quality engineering. Testing AI testing systems, especially agentic ones that operate autonomously, is a meta problem. We are validating the validators. To ensure they are reliable, we need a strategy that's as intelligent and multi-layered as the systems themselves. So we begin with clear objectives and limitations. Before any test is run, we define what success looks like. What types of bugs should the AI catch? What is considered a false positive? What actions should it never take? And this sets the foundation for safe and meaningful evaluation in future.
Right.
Next, we can apply ground truth validation. We build golden data sets, like test cases with known outcomes, and compare the AI's results against them. This helps us quantify accuracy, precision, and recall. Then comes controlled fault injection. We deliberately introduce bugs into the system and observe whether the AI detects them. This is crucial for measuring false negatives and understanding the AI's blind spots, because we need to train it.
Right.
Adversarial testing is also key. We challenge the AI with malformed inputs, ambiguous requirements, and edge cases to see how it handles uncertainty. This is where we test not just functionality, but resilience. But we don't stop there. We implement already mentioned human-in-the-loop verification, especially for high-risk areas. Humans review AI-generated test cases and feed corrections back into the system, creating a virtuous cycle of learning and improvement, maybe infinite cycle. We also use N-B testing across different AI testers to compare performance and identify strengths and weakness. And we apply also statistical analysis, tracking false positive and negative rates over time using confusion matrices and confidence intervals to detect performance drift. Also, transparency is non-negotiable. We require explainability from our AI systems. Why did it generate this test case? What was the rationale behind that assertion? Logging and traceability are built in. And finally, we adopt a meta-testing framework. This includes automated self-assessment mechanisms, dashboards to monitor performance, and regression testing of the AI tester itself. In essence, we test AI testing systems by combining rigorous QA fundamentals with AI-specific strategies. This layered approach ensures that agentic AI testers are not just fast and scalable, but also self-accurate and trustworthy.
Got it. Right. That was a very good explanation around this, Lad. Thank you. All right. Jonathon, would you like to share your insights on this?
Yeah, that was a great explanation. I think partly, foundational. Actually, Tariq was sending me a picture with Daoni. They're both in Argentina today, and Daoni again has been testing AI-based systems for a long time. And looking at how these different, hyper baselining these systems to get better understanding. And Vlad just mentioned things like data drift, measuring over time. AI auditability is absolutely critical. But what I've done is I put in the link to the book that I did with Rex Black on testing of AI-based systems. And actually, during that, I was actually working with MIT during the COVID thing for contact tracing. So we were doing modeling of initially GPX and then Bluetooth proximity-based systems, which had machine learning, traditional deep learning put into some of the algorithms, which I detail in my chapter in the book, and how I introduced this gated approach. And I think Vlad kind of touched on one of the kind of I guess the most important aspects is AI explainability. Is you need to be able to understand what the goals and also objectives are, but clearly be able to explain it and then actually be able to make it testable. So, you know, there is many different techniques that you can use, but actually I think what we're seeing now, because of how quickly things are moving in the industry, is you've got to be able to understand what that does for your particular DSM, so your domain-specific models. And I think this is where Microsoft have spent a lot more time recently with things like AI Foundry, is they've been focusing on creating models that are specific within a model garden for your particular industry. So we have in essence a router which will choose up to 50 models and sometimes run 2 or 3 simultaneously to be able to work out what information you need to bring in. So whether that's a medical fine-tuned variant, or it's a specific to an industry or it's a domain. Now, this is the bit which I think we're missing out on from a testing industry, is until literally 2 weeks ago, when I was chatting to Jason Arbon about this, literally yesterday, was the fact that Sam Altman and the head of, the founder of Cursor were both on a live stream. And they said, well, what's the last thing that we need now for foundational models like GPT-5? What's the bit which we're missing when we're looking at things like vibe coding and agentic IDEs like Cairo, like Firebase from Google? You know, they're starting to, you know, both Sam and the guy from Cursor said, it's testing the output of what we're doing, make sure it's high enough confidence. Now, when I usually do spend too much time with Jason, you know, he just always ranks the confidence level of the responses that it does. And then each time he's continuously taking in the information of how it performed on the previous one and the learnings that it got from the last one. So I would add that extra level around AI governance and auditability, and then I would probably reference both the executive order and the EU AI Act, but more specifically the ISO 42001, which I would hope that would, for this kind of group, would become the Bible, because it's around the frameworks that you can operate to provide AI assurance. And now this is something I'm doing a book with Jason and a few other people titled AI Assurance, that we're going to look at how you actually pivot your role in traditional testing to how you assure AI systems over time. Because if you're building AI infused platforms that are making medical decisions or insurance or financial services, you need to be able to test these in a completely different way than how we've traditionally tested systems in the past. So hopefully that just gives you a bit of a high kind of level of where to start thinking, but also a natural progression for all the testers that are on today for a future where AI is going to be a part of every system that we build.
Right. That's absolutely right. And that's exactly, we are moving to my next question in the same regards, that is looking at the coming years, say like 5 to 10 years ahead, how might the AI or the agentic AI reshape software quality assurance, and like what are the potential risks and opportunities for the industry or the organization to prepare for? Abiola, would you like to share your inputs here?
Oh, definitely. I think that I'm very, excited for what the future holds for us, to be honest. Personally, I think that when we talk about software testing, most of the feedback that you hear, aside, testing the product, automating your product, is how a little repetitive it can be. doing the same thing, especially when you're working in an organization that doesn't have necessarily multiple products. So when you don't have your organization building multiple products, you have to test the same thing over and over again, and it can get boring over time. So I think that, the future is more interesting because I think critical thinking is like a very core skill every tester should have. And this world of agentic AI now pushes us even further to explore this. And what does that mean? I'm saying that, when we are talking about the fact that, with agentic AI now, we have like a tool that can now begin to plan tests for us, check out requirement document and begin to say, okay, what are we planning to achieve and how do we achieve it, right? So when we have a tool that can now literally align from strategy, thinking about what tool to use, what type of test to do, these, execution timeline is now like going to get smaller. So we don't necessarily have to spend so much time ruminating and trying to create a strategy to use for a particular testing, testing a particular application. But now the tool now, like, it shrinks the timeline, makes us more efficient. I think that's the word, efficient, doing something faster with a very shorter timeline. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I see that happening, and I also see test. I think that it would allow testers really explore their skills as testers. And I would explain what I mean by that. When I was talking about having so much repetitive things to do, you can easily get lost in I'm trying to test as opposed to I'm trying to make this product better. So you can be lost in that aspect of finding bugs, automating what you've tested to ensure that when you're doing your regression test, life is easy for everybody, ensuring that, you integrate all of your tests into the CI/CD pipeline, ensuring that what is built and, versus what the product team wants is in alignment. When you think about all of these things that you need to do, there are a lot. So I personally believe that, with most of these crude, so to say, crude activities now being taken care of by the you now have like more time to now explore, how can I make the system better? How can I think for my users? So I genuinely think that we will have more robust system. It's the same way when we talk about prompt-based AI, for instance, ChatGPT, Gemini, and all. For writers, for people who, I'll use writers, for instance. If you're someone who, write a lot, you find out that usually you have to, write a whole of your articles, your research papers, and you have to call your friends, your partners, kindly help me, review this document and give feedback on it. And, the timeline to actually release that is always very long. But now with this prompt-based AI, you can literally say, okay, this is my article. And I do that with, Gemini, ChatGPT as well. So, but one of the things I do now is I understand that ChatGPT, for instance, can take all of your work and just, you can't even recognize your work anymore.
Yes.
Yes, you can't recognize your work anymore. Right. So what I do is say things like, I think I've said this before, don't change my words, don't change my thoughts, don't change my flow, don't change my expression, say all of these and say, I just need you to correct grammatical errors, typographical errors, structural errors, and it just makes life so easier. So you get my thought and, you understand what the story I'm trying to pass across faster. And I'm able to also, send out my articles, my research papers, even faster than I would naturally have. So for me, I think that we would experience that in the QA space. And just to quickly I understand that this now poses a new question. And I know that, I'm going to believe that many people here understand that AI is not necessarily coming for our jobs. I know people will have like, by the time you're no longer doing all of those crude checks and what happens to my job, right? I think that now is when testers have that opportunity to say that there is this part of, I'm trying to find the word now, please permit me. Maybe the word is intuition. Maybe the word is
human intuition.
Intelligence. Okay, yeah, I think cognitive intelligence as opposed to artificial intelligence. And I call artificial intelligence assisted intelligence. So it means that you assist my own intelligence, not necessarily to about the whole thing. So I see, you know, that making the whole process, the whole testing process better. I see it making, you know, improving development timeline. I see it also improving how fast we are able to release product and the level of quality of work we eventually roll out. So I would say that, you know, top of I would say that those are the major things that I see happening in the space regarding this. And just to add, I think it was the previous speaker that was talking about, you know, scripting, and he was talking about the fact that you shouldn't see, you know, agentic AI as an avenue to like replace you writing test scripts and all. Well, I think I agree, and at the same time, I think that there's a middle ground somewhere because it's more like a skill. Yeah. So I do agree that you can
balancing
use
it out.
balancing it exactly. So I do agree that you can use these tools, you can use these models to write certain scripts, like especially those very crude, you know the ones, especially those very those ones that are already clearly stated in your requirement document. Okay, you should be able to do XYZ. Users should be able to do XYZ on the application. Those very crude ones. Now, those very critical use cases that would affect maybe security issues. When we talk about, I have worked in a number of financial organizations. So when it comes to people's money, people's you know, data is very important. So despite the fact that yes, I am in support of reusing those tools for all of this tax, but I would also say that, you know, the testers experience is also important here to balance scale. Yeah, so that.
Right. That's great. Thank you. I'm sorry, we are just running out of time. So I'll go ahead. I'll run fast with my last question for Jonathon. With the rise of AI agents and big players like, you know, Microsoft introducing Copilot and other companies, they are launching their own agent creation studios, most of them being paid platforms. Like, how do you see the business model for the professional services evolving around this? Because traditionally the QA and the testing practices, they have always leaned mostly on the open source systems, say like Postman, Selenium, Playwright, etc. So in this shift from the open source model to a paid platform, what is the shift or that the professional services need to do? Jonathon, would you like to tell us more about this one?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, last time I was in Pune, you know, I was hanging out with the Infosys team, and they're working on a platform called Topaz, right? You know, and part of it is, I think you're going to see, I think it was articulated in the last one, you're going to see this kind of augmentation of bringing in resources, agentic resources and generative or AI augmented capabilities that will be brought in to support. So I think that you know, it was a great point around, you know, if there's an activity you don't really like having to do, you'd push that through a workflow which potentially would then be replaced. Now, there's a lot of really interesting stuff to say about this. The first is, you know, Microsoft are looking at, so Copilot isn't actually what we all think Copilot is. Copilot Plus is in essence an NUC, a neural compute unit that runs on your machine, so it can run the models locally. But actually, it's all about something called Microsoft Graph, which is in essence a knowledge graph, a bit like Neo4j, that is retaining knowledge from lots of different sources, i.e., you know, activities you're doing. So I refer to it more as process mining. So it sees the activities you're doing every day and then looks at how it can automate those workflow flows through Copilot Studio. Now, what Microsoft are looking at is opening that up into a marketplace. So what you would see is these organizations like Sogeti have Amplify. So, you know, I know the guys who put that together and Antoine really well. You know, they would then offer that capability infused into your Copilot system. So it doesn't matter if you're inside your Teams call, you're doing a planning session, you're even just having a conversation with a business analyst or somebody within the business who's talking about requirements. These assistants could be sat there looking through usability, WCAG accessibility skills, and you could bring those in to augment your team. So if you've got a small team, you can augment and outsource. Now, what's really interesting about this is the foundation models that most of us are used to are only the tip of the iceberg. So, you can see over time there that the generalized models, the foundational models are very inefficient, whereas actually more focused models, like I said before, DSMs, a lot of what Microsoft AI Foundry is trying to do at the moment are very focused towards business tasks that know your system, understand how you've implemented Salesforce or SAP or Oracle. So part of it is these oracles, as so to speak, are learning these graphs that are bringing it in. Now, I'm actually going to give you a world exclusive for a term that I will be sharing in Star West when I'm talking about meta-cognitive intelligent testing platforms or intelligent operating system platforms. That actually there's this role of the AI botanist, which is somebody it was placed perfectly by the previous speaker around bringing in your understanding and your expertise in your area. So if, for instance, you've been in financial services doing derivatives or FX for the last 10 years, what you'll see is you'll be presented with the knowledge garden of the graph, RAG graph in essence, / more recent techniques like Mirage and RARE. RARE is retrieval augmented generative modeling. You'll see a representation of how it understands how you do derivatives of FX, and then you apply your derivatives or your healthcare or your pension knowledge or whatever subject matter expertise to prune these sources as these agentic systems learn. So, I would normally, and I have done for the last 3-4 years, even went back to my original TED talk in 2017, it was around cognitive learning, and it was all about human or tester in the loop. And you're not going to be replaced by AI, you could be replaced by somebody else using AI, was the general term. And then this year and next year and the year last year, we've got people like Angie Jones who are talking about Goose MCP. We've got the Vibe testing momentum happening in Cursor and Cairo, making it so that testers don't need to write Playwright. They just use Playwright MCP or Goose MCP. So part of it is we've seen this next wave, which reminds me very much of the software developer in test, but without the needing to learn to code, but actually know neo-symbolic languages, with neo-symbolic just meaning high-level English. So if you can cognitively think about the activity you want, like order me, I think the example was go to the fridge, grab something out of the fridge. If you're able to articulate that, you're using your subject matter expertise, your domain expertise, and your contextual understanding to then drive these agentic frameworks. So I'm going to kind of throw a bit of a curveball because I've got my CEO waiting for me on another call to say that actually, the roles in the future will be things like AI assurance, assuring the transparency and testability of AI systems. But it will also be things like AI botanist, where you're bringing in your expertise to create the context and the discovery from these systems and make sure that those systems are behaving. So my job title is AI Wrangler. So it's wrangling a whole stack of agentic AIs to make sure they're behaving and doing the right thing. So it's very exciting, and it is the perfect time to be a tester. And if you've got backgrounds in regression testing, user acceptance testing, all those skills are going to be incredibly critical, but you've just got to embrace it and not have this kind of worry on your shoulder that actually you're going to be replaced, because we've been saying that about automation for the last 30, 40 years, and automation still hovers around 22%. So manual testing is going to be here for a lot longer. Now you're going to be supercharged by agentic and AI augmented testing capabilities.
That's right. That's absolutely right way of saying that. Yes. All right. Thank you, Jonathon. In the interest of time, we will pause here for now, although it's an ongoing thing. I would say today's discussion has highly and truly highlighted how agentic AI is poised to revolutionize our software quality assurance. Thank you to our panelists, Jonathon, Abiola, and Vladimir, for sharing such insightful perspectives on the future of testing with agentic AI. Your presence made this discussion truly special. And thank you all for joining us and contributing to this vital conversation at Quality Next 2025. Let's continue to explore more. Until then, goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are new demands from fans. Fans are not expecting only to know the lineups and the scores of the matches. They want much more than that. They want real-time data. They want to react to matches and games. They want to connect with the community. They want to understand why their team is winning or losing. So they are demanding much more data than ever before.
In today's digital landscape, the promise of AI is everywhere. Literally, everywhere. But with the market unveiling a new tool or feature every day, software teams face a new challenge: AI paralysis. Too many disconnected solutions, complex integrations, security risks, and compliance headache. At Globant, we believe AI-powered software development should be smarter, not more complicated. That's why we created Globant Coda, the first enterprise-class agentic suite for the entire software development lifecycle. Globant Coda is not just another tool. It is a suite of AI agents and low-code solutions that integrate with your team's processes and tools, streamlining every phase of software development, while reducing costs by up to 40%. For product, instantly convert audio and video into actionable user stories and summaries. Streamlining decision-making. For coding, automatically generate, refactor, and improve your code with real-time suggestions, full context awareness, and built-in best practices. For testing, increase your test coverage across all levels, from core logic to UI flows and visual consistency with your design system. For design, transform early ideas into wireframes and design components, accelerating collaboration and alignment among teams. For enterprise systems, leverage symbolic AI to create and evolve complex systems with enterprise-grade reliability, security, and long-term adaptability. And the best part? You stay in control of your code and data with no vendor lock-in. From ideation to deployment, Globant Coda delivers value and connects the entire software development lifecycle. Say goodbye to multiple tools and hello to a unified solution built on top of Globant Enterprise AI. Globant Coda, one suite, smarter software development, no more AI paralysis. In today.
Fantastic video. Globant Coda definitely has an amazing potential for speeding up the software development lifecycle. The way it uses AI to simplify tasks and foster better teamwork is something we definitely need in the industry. I am really excited to see where this goes. Before we move on to the next session, we have a challenge where you can boost your career. Join our Gleam Challenge and compete in it to win an incredible mentoring with one of our referents in Globant. Next up, we are shifting focus inward by understanding how we embed quality so deeply that it becomes part of your organizational DNA. We now have a stellar session on high fiber count, weaving quality into the organizational fabric by Amir Shah. Amir currently serves as a quality engineering lead at Meta and brings nearly 2 decades of QA excellence across startups, large-scale platforms, and multinationals. Amir, over to you.
Thank you so much. It's truly an honor to be here, and I'm so happy to be able to share my limited experience with everybody here. As you've mentioned, this chat is called High Fiber Count, Weaving Quality into the Organizational Fabric. I'll just be sharing my screen. Okay. So on the agenda today, what is organizational fabric, how to identify, deliver, and quantify impact, how to weave that in, and hopefully we'll have enough time for a little back and forth, right? So, main question, what is organizational fabric? So I want everybody to just take a second and think about where you work. It can be your company, maybe your section, your division, your organization, or even a team. But when you think about it, I think you'll agree with me that it's not a single entity, is it? It's a collection of many things, of many different types. It is the collection of people who work there and how they interact. It's the culture of engineering, the sort of tech you use, the way you manage your deployment or sprint. It's the corporate branding, the swag we give up in the holidays, the company retreat, if you're lucky to have one, the happy hour. It's your HR policies, interview process, performance evaluation. It's power dynamics and politics. It's things written down and passed to every employee as official policies, company missions, OKRs, SMART goals, but it's also things passed out informally between peers. It's how you explain your job to your friends and family and how your product is portrayed in the press. And these things, all of these things, they don't exist in isolation, right? These are not disparate pillars with no overlapping. You see, the fabric of the organization is how all of these things interweave with each other, feed into and off of each other. So I'm gonna set the scene. I joined Meta around 8 years ago. It was still called Facebook back then. It was a huge 60,000 plus people company. Biggest company I worked for previously was just shy of 1,000. I was QA lead number 21 globally. And one of the things that struck me most was how different the organizational culture was from anything else I was familiar with. How people's decisions were informed by the culture. And here in this slide, you can see Meta's core values. When I would suggest a new project, I would instantly be asked to describe the impact. During planning, I would be asked to consider, am I moving fast? And these terms meant something specific to all the people around me. These people understood the fabric of this organization and they leveraged it to make communication easier, to get faster and easier alignment on goals. Somehow, in this behemoth of an organization, I found it extremely easy to get alignment, to get buy-in, to get new projects started, and it all had something to do with this special organizational culture. And as I learned the ropes of this strange new cultural dynamic, an idea started to creep into my mind. How do I use this tool, this fabric, to do my work for me? Now, you see, I was a single QA lead and I was supporting multiple groups of dozens of engineers, designers, analysts, product managers, and more. It didn't matter how good my ideas were, how well I made my statements. I was just one voice out of many. There was always a limit to what I could directly affect. Only so many projects I could directly get involved in. And I felt that if I could harness this power, if I could make the things that I cared about be part of the thought process of the people around me, if I could weave into the culture the quality that I cared about, I could turn the tides. But how do you make the people you work with care about quality? Let's talk about the impact of quality. See, in order for other people to care, you must first care more strongly than anybody else. You've got to place yourself as the quality zealot. You have to preach whenever you get the chance, wherever you get the chance, because your end goal is to place yourself as the subject matter expert of quality. You need to get yourself into the position so that when the time comes, you will have the confidence of your peers and your leadership to effect change. And in order to get you there, you need to be producing value to everybody around you in more than just your perspective. Now, in this talk, I'm going to tell you about 3 superpowers that are going to help you do the following. 1, deliver work that impacts the primary goals of the company in a meaningful way. 2, align your stakeholders with extreme clarity and consistency. And 3, translate the impact of your work in the quality domain to impact the team leads and managers you are working with, will understand and care about. Okay? So, superpower number 1, prioritizing. Okay, so according to some definition, prioritizing is this super beautiful art of organizing everything into separated tasks and then organizing those into a nice orderly list you can go through and calmly cross off until completion. That sounds perfect, right? I mean, I love lists. I mean, the only thing I love more than lists are spreadsheets, which, like, when you come to think about it, those are just multidimensional lists, right? So it's only natural that I would love prioritizing. But even with the best of intentions and good groundwork, we often end up in a situation like this. See, this slide is a real road mapping session that I participated in. And as you can see, everything is a P0. Good prioritizing just isn't enough. We need to ruthlessly prioritize. When we do this, we look at not just what is business critical, but we also focus on our own individual ability to deliver. So you need to understand what are the projects that you can deliver that are not only the very best for the company, but they are also the ones that you are able to deliver on the very best of results. Because there are always good ideas, there are always many areas that are crying for your attention. But if you are spreading yourself thin, if you are trying to deliver on too many things, if you're working on something that is hard for you, but would have been incredibly easy for someone else, you are, in fact, failing. So what do? It's about accepting that you're never going to be able to complete everything and finding the few things that are not only important and impactful, but are also what you are going to be delivering on better than anybody else. That means finding the special sweet spot between project goals, personal goals, and strength. And the X marks the spot. The project that combines all of these 3 is the one where you are going to be providing the very best value to your organization. Ruthless prioritization is about stopping list making and starting decision making. Superpower number 2, extreme clarity. Let me take you back in time a little bit, okay? So it's 1930, and Winston Churchill wrote this memorandum to the members of his war cabinet. In it, he emphasized the need for concise and clear communication, focused on delivering information in as short a time and with maximum clarity. What he was writing about is what we now refer to as extreme clarity. Extreme clarity is when everybody is on the same page. This does not mean that everyone agrees about what to do. It means that everyone shares the same understanding of the facts. These are the 5 C's of extreme clarity. Stay clear. Ambiguity is your enemy. You are the subject matter expert. Everyone else is not. Leave no room for anyone to misinterpret you. 2, be context aware. No matter how fond you are of 3-letter acronyms, you can't assume everybody knows them. Remember this one the next time you're working on a software testing document or STD. Be consistent. Have a template and use it for everything. Emails, bugs, tasks. Educate people to expect your structure. This is doubly important when doing prompt engineering. Be concrete. As Dr. Seuss wrote, say what you mean what you say. Don't tell me you did well on your test. Tell me you got a B+. Be concise. Keep it short and to the point. Don't indulge in long stories. Stick to facts. Use numbered lists. Short description. Avoid diving into details that can divert attention from what you are trying to convey. And to demonstrate this, let's take an average everyday example. This might look to you like a perfectly acceptable mail. You probably have written mails like this. Let's see how we apply the 5 C's to this mail. We'll start by going over the mail together. Hi, everyone. We've heard the feedback from everybody, carefully considered it, and are announcing the new LED process today. As far as the process goes, we're standardizing for maximum consistency. By Tuesday afternoon, you should sign up for a short review slot and then send pre-reads by Wednesday, end of day. The review is still at the same time as always. Finally, don't forget to post notes after the review. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions, concerns, or thoughts in general. Thank you, everyone, for all the detailed feedback you've given. We really appreciate it. I mean, on the surface, it seems okay, right? But let's take a critical, extreme clarity eye to this. Number 1, context awareness. Who understands what is LED? Are we sure everybody knows this? What about being concrete? What is short? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 15? Is it 10? Clarity. Why do we need so many different times to call a time of day? Use a consistent daytime format. And finally, indulge in paragraphs. You don't need so many variations on thanks for the feedback. Now, by applying the principles of extreme clarity, we can see how we create communication that leaves no room for misunderstanding. See, we need extreme clarity so we can focus all our energy on solving actual problems. That alone is hard enough, so imagine trying to do problem solving while also not agreeing on the basic facts. Without extreme clarity, we waste time talking past each other, disagreeing about things we actually agree on, and making decisions in the absence of full understanding. Instead, let us work to achieve extreme clarity. And then we can effectively talk, disagree, and make decisions. Superpower number 3, meaningful metrics. If you want your peers to engage more with quality, you must understand that they don't care about test plans or bugs. They care about meeting deadlines, about less time debugging production errors, about not having to do emergency maintenance during the night. You have to understand that you're not selling testing or bug triaging. You're selling a better development and user experience. We work in a world focused on delivery, driven by data, which means you must be able to showcase the impact of quality on something that the executives are going to be interested in during a quarterly review. That's not number of bugs. For a metric to be effective, it needs to describe a real-world, direct effect, not an effort. It needs to support a narrative that makes sense, something of the type, we did X and that led to Y. And it needs to be actionable, meaning that by reviewing the metric, we can come up with action items, with things that we can do to shift and change that metric. So let's look at some good examples for these sort of metrics and how you calculate them. How much time did we save with testing? Okay? So that sounds like a metric that most engineering managers would be highly invested in. But it also sounds like something that might be hard to calculate. No, not. Let's call the engineering hours saved the time the organization invests in fixing bugs is the total number of hours engineers spent on bug fixing. So we need the total number of bugs that were fixed and then an estimate of how long it takes to fix a bug. That's the amount of time engineers are investing in bug fixing. We should probably separate by bug severity, given that more complex bugs probably take longer to resolve. And we need to normalize by number of available engineers per time period so that the changes in team size don't skew the results. Okay? So once again, number of bugs multiplied by the average amount it takes an engineer to fix those bugs of a certain priority, sum that up, divided by number of engineers. Okay? We calculate this metric on a monthly basis to show how an investment resulted in less engineering hours spent on maintenance. A couple more examples. How much do bugs cost us? Get an average daily revenue number from, I don't know, like a quarterly report, your marketing people, your biz dev, whatever. Multiply by number of days it takes to fix a critical revenue affecting issue. Multiply by number of critical issues, you got a dollar value for lack of disaster recovery. How effective is your testing? Any bug detected but not fixed has had no real-world effect. So take the number of bugs actually fixed and divide them by total number of bugs detected to understand if you are investing a lot of time in doing testing and finding bugs people don't end up caring about. Okay, and obviously, I assume the slides will be made available and you can ask follow-up questions once we're done on these metrics. It's always a good idea to do breakdowns over some sort of timelines. This allows us to show trends and effects. It shows us how investment manifests in metrical measured changes. In this example, I'm showing the cumulative result of improving our testing, triaging, reporting, and escalation processes. The orange line represents average time to close a bug during this time period. Blue line represents total number of bugs detected during the same time period. We went from weeks to close a small volume of bugs to just days to close a much larger volume of bugs. Total reversal of trends. More bugs close in less time. An obvious win when you present it in this way. If you only take 3 things from this. 1, your metrics need to measure real-world effects, not just numbers. 2, be consistent and transparent, and make sure your math makes sense. 3, always show trends over time to support the narrative you are selling, okay? Because we want to convince people that investing in quality is a positive investment. It pays off. So, with these 3 superpowers, you are now primed to become an authority figure whom people look for in all things quality. Let's talk a little on how to structure processes that interweave with the cultural fabric. And here's the thing. You may have encountered this before. You've had great ideas, but even though the idea is great, even though your design and implementation is great, after a while, you see you just can't get traction for it. See, when you design a process, you have to think of what it is that supports it, what feeds into it, and where it will feed into. Remember, organizational fiber interweaves. If you build a process and it has no interactions, no support, nothing railroading people to interact with it, you'll find yourself always having to maintain it, forcing people into it manually. Dogfooding is a term you may be familiar with. The short of it is that to dog food is to encourage the employee to use the company's product. I don't want to delay talking about the pros and cons of dogfooding. I want to use dogfooding as an example of how you can bake quality into the organizational fabric. Now, for Facebook, dogfooding meant that when the company decided to be a mobile-first company and then later an Android-first company, every employee got an Android phone, and all employees participated in pre-release testing of new versions of the Facebook and Messenger apps. A lot of infra was developed only to support this. So I want to share with everybody here a dogfooding practice you can start in your company today. So this picture was taken in one of our periodic dogfooding parties. I do this in many of the teams I support with. On a monthly basis, I work with designers and product managers to nominate a few new features. We get a bunch of pizzas and select a few team members to come and test out new features. The product people and designers would come up with leading questions. We would map out a few key testing flows, and the participants will all go through them and provide whatever feedback they thought appropriate. Why was this effective? 1, it got everybody involved in testing. 2, people are a lot more motivated to actually fix things they encounter personally or have first-hand experience with. 3, it was a privilege to participate. It was something fun that people would queue up to be a part of. Everybody wanted to participate so that they can put it on their performance review that they did a dogfooding event. And 4, after I created a couple of these by myself, the buzz was out and the next events came together with almost no input on my side. People just wanted to do it by themselves. It had become a part of the team culture. Now, this is me few years ago, leading a team of 14 engineers and product designers on what I called R&D, or research and dog fooding trip. This specific picture was taken in Arusha, Tanzania, where we deployed a public Wi-Fi project called Express Wi-Fi. The trip included 2 days of on-site real-world experience with our product, meeting the actual people who used and maintained it. Then, on the third day, we do an on-site bug bash of all the issues we encountered during the first 2 days and actually go back into the field to verify the fixes. 1. For obvious reasons, these trips became incredibly popular. It was actually a selling point to attract candidates to join our team. The high cost of the trips meant it was an exclusive reward to go on one, and people had to show a strong quality agenda in order to participate. All of a sudden, quality became something people planned for all year long just because they wanted a chance to go on one of these. Dog fooding is an excellent example of interweaving quality into your organizational fabric. But you can take the same approach with other mechanisms. So company fix-a-thons, beta communities, early adopters, user experience research. These are all platforms where you can shine a light on quality, make others want to do more quality. You have to find a way to let others gain a benefit. Doesn't matter what kind of benefit. It can be as simple as bragging rights, a piece of swag they can show on their desk, but they have to get something out of it. And then once that's in place, the process will be able to feed itself. Now, I mentioned before dedicated infra for dog fooding. This is weaving quality into your actual code, okay? By pushing for better reporting infra, you lower the price of quality feedback. So a good example here is Rage Shake, where just by angrily shaking your phone, users can trigger a bug ticket submission form. Rage shaking makes bugs fun. The idea is to make testing or reporting easy by building the info to support it. Think about an engineer's ability to run test code on their own machine rather than commit the code and wait for some build script or cloud test to run on it before getting feedback. Or think about the ability of early adopters or beta testers to report issues directly from your app interface instead of by going to Discord or a mailing list. See, nobody wakes up in the morning saying, you know what, today I'm going to write shitty code. I'm going to ship it at the very end of the day, then vanish when prod starts burning. But nevertheless, that keeps on happening all the time. This is because quality is not on people's top of mind. So you build processes that make the quality choice the common choice. You design it all so that people will get more value out of it. You make it fun, you make it rewarding, you make it interesting. You make quality a bragging right. You make people desire it. So remember, the fabric of your organization is a tool. Understand it. Use the superpowers of ruthless prioritization, extreme clarity, meaningful metrics to deliver the best value to your team. Design processes that run themselves so they weave into the organizational fabric. Thank you so much for listening.
El rol del desarrollador y del DevOps y de todos estos roles técnicos se van a mantener.
Lo que va a pasar es que sí, seguramente se van a transformar, y lo que sí tenemos que hacer es subirnos en el bus y aprender a utilizar estas herramientas, aprender a entender cómo estas herramientas nos ayudan a mejorar nuestra productividad, entender cómo con estas herramientas puedo generar más valor al negocio e ir más allá del concepto básico que todo el mundo utiliza de inteligencia artificial y más bien pues tener un detalle un poco más profundo.
Session gave us powerful insights into embedding quality into every organizational layer. Now, let's pivot our focus from structure to strategy and to understand how do we safeguard our software releases in an era marked by AI-driven uncertainty. Our upcoming session is Prevent Your Next Software Release Ending in Disaster by Andrew Brown. Dr. Andrew Richard Brown is a seasoned consultant with over 25 years of experience in the software industry. He has served as head of QA at HMV, QA lead in financial software, and test manager in Japan, shaping high-performance QA functions across diverse environments. Let's now hear from Andrew.
Hi, thanks very much for inviting me along. My name's Andy Brown, and I'm going to be talking about how to avoid your next software release ending in disaster. Okay, so I will start now. But before that, I'd like to talk about this guy here, Pastrengo Reggiati, and he had a problem. The problem he had was that something was on the wrong side of his bed. And I don't actually have that problem. I usually have a different problem, which is that not something's on the wrong side of my bed, but actually somebody who isn't supposed to be in my bed has sneaked into my bed in the middle of the night, and I wake up and there's an extra one there, and here's the person there. But that's not the problem that Pastrengo Reggiati had. He had the problem that something was on the wrong side of his bed. Now, that was a problem because he was the captain of a 120,000-ton oil tanker, the Torrey Canyon, and the thing that was on the wrong side of his bed was a group of islands known as the Scilly Isles. And so he woke up this morning, he was heading northwards, and he expected to see the Scilly Isles on his right. But what he saw was the Scilly Isles were on his left. Now, this was a big problem for him because he was supposed to be at 6 o'clock, 1800 hours. He was supposed to be at Milford Haven because he needed to catch the 11 o'clock, the 2300 high tide. If he didn't catch that high tide, there was going to be a series of decreasing tides, and he may have to wait 5 days before he had another chance to get into port. Now, at that stage, he had two options. And the first option was he could reverse course and he could sail to the west of the Scilly Isles. His second option was he could sail between the Scilly Isles and the Cornwall. Now, if he took option one, that would mean that he was probably going to miss that high tide, and he may be waiting up to 5 days, and there'd be significant financial penalties. So he decided to go through this narrow channel. Now, when I say narrow channel, it was actually 7 miles wide. But it takes, with these super tankers, about 5 miles to stop and about 500 meters to turn through 20 degrees. So it's a narrow channel for a super tanker. And I said it took 500 meters to turn through 20 degrees. I'll talk a bit about the steering. So the steering was as follows. They had 3 settings. So one was autopilot, and then the autopilot was in charge. And what happened there was you just listen for clicks, and every time you heard a click, it had turned by 1 degree in a direction there. The second turning there was manual, and that was when you were in charge and you made the course corrections you wanted. And the third there was just disconnect, which they used for maintenance in port there. So that's the steering. Now, because they were going through such a narrow channel, they needed to get an exact position. And because they were traveling at 17 knots, which was fairly fast, they wanted to make a quick measurement. So what they did was something called bearing and distance, which is where you fire your radar at a known thing, which would be perhaps the Isles of Scilly. You look at the bearing, you can work out the distance from your radar return, and it's very fast. The problem is there's no safety check. So if you make a mistake, you don't realize it. Now, a better way of doing it is something called 3 bearings on 3 landmarks, where you triangulate. Because although it's slower, the advantage of that is if you make a mistake, it's very easily spotted because the 3 lines don't line up in a single point there. But they used this range and bearing, and they started going through the channel. As they're going through the channel, they then come across an unexpected problem, which is there are some fishing trawlers out and they've got their nets out. So the fishing trawlers, they can't maneuver. So this means that the super tanker then decides it's going to move out of the way. So it moves to the right like this. Now, that takes it close to the reef. Now, what they do then is they realize that actually they've made a plotting error when they're trying to work out their position. So they quickly replot it, and they discover that they're actually not where they thought they were. Instead, they're over here. They're heading directly for the reef, which is 2.8 miles away. They're heading at 17 knots. It takes them 5 miles to stop, so they can't possibly stop in time, and they're going to hit that reef in 10 minutes. So the helmsman makes a hurried course change. So if we remember, that means autopilot, they switch it into manual, make the change, and then they put it back into autopilot. So they do that. And they actually realize we're actually still going towards the reef. We haven't changed. So now they need to do an emergency change. So again, it's autopilot off, manual on, and then they replot their position. The captain goes into the cabin chart room to replot the position. The helmsman shouts out, "I can't hear the clicks," which means the ship isn't turning. But the captain, of course, can't hear him because he's in the chart room. But then the captain realizes he can't hear the clips. So they decide maybe the fuses on the steering mechanism blown. And this has happened before. So they open up the fuse box and they check. But the fuses are okay. So now they think maybe it's the oil pumps that move the rudder. And again, this has happened before. So the captain, he rings through to the engine room. Rings through, someone picks up the phone at the other end and he says, "Captain, your breakfast is ready." So in his panic, he's rang through to the galley instead of the engine room. So at this point, they look over and they realize that actually the steering mechanism is in disconnect. So they're not steering the vessel at all. So they quickly go to manual, they change it and they steer it as hard as they can. But all they can do is they can just watch as the reef gets closer and closer. And eventually they hit the reef. And then the largest environmental disaster up until that point in time then begins. Now, lots of mistakes happened in this, but the critical thing that I'd want to look at here is the actual initial decision to go through that narrow channel rather than reverse there. Instead of reversing there like that, going through the narrow channel. And so the question is, why continue with their plan? And this is a bias, and it's called plan continuation bias. And what it is, it's where we continue to follow a plan that's clearly falling apart and it's all just coming to pieces, but we keep on following the plan. Now, it's not just oil tankers like the Torrey Canyon, captains there that follow this. It's actually a very common thing in aviation. And it's so common that actually they've written whole books around this here. So this is one here. It's about approach and landing accidents there. And in flight safety, they call it press-on-itis. And it's the fourth most common primary cause for fatal accidents in approach and landing accidents. So most accidents, they have more than one cause, but usually you have a primary cause. And it's the fourth most common, except if you're flying in the former Soviet Union, in which case it's the most common primary cause there. Now, examples in aviation would be things such as you not executing a missed approach. So you're coming into the landing ground, things are going wrong. You really should abort and you should do a fly around and come around again. But instead, you carry on and try and get it down on the deck there. Or maybe it's you ignore ground proximity warnings. They're telling you the ground is too close. Or you may press on despite the weather is getting worse and worse and you shouldn't be continuing there. So the question is, what's the relevance to software development for this? And the relevance is that software projects do exactly this as well. They will continue following plans after they are very obviously unraveling. And the one in particular that I want to look at there is in go live release plans. So actually getting it into live. Now, I used to work at HMV, and basically we had this problem there. Now, the way things happened at HMV was HMV made all of its money at Christmas. Everyone went out and sort of bought records and DVDs and so on at Christmas. So this meant that all their profits were made then. So they didn't know how much money they had until the accountants had worked it out, which was around about April each year. And so at around about April, the funding for all the projects got released all at the same time in April. Now, the other thing as well was that, of course, because Christmas was so important, they had a hard code freeze at Christmas. So this meant that at the beginning of April, you had a whole load of projects all receive funding, all competing for resources, and they all started off, so it's resources, so the testers, developers, environments, and so on. And of course, they were all going to finish around about the same time. So if you looked at the and expanded out that go live there, what you'd see is as follows. In October to November, we only had a few go live slots. So this was many years ago before there was you were able to release to go live very easily. And we had about 2 a week. So basically, we were not allowed to release at the weekend because they didn't want their shops going having a problem when the developers weren't there, and we weren't allowed to release on a Monday night because Tuesday was top 40 release day. So it left about 2 days a week, 2-3 days a week. And so what would happen is all of these projects, they would assign themselves one of these go live slots. Now, what happened then was that one of the projects there, project one, it should have gone in by then, but actually it hasn't gone in. And what it does then is it then announces we're going to deliver late and we're taking this go live slot. And then this would cause a panic on project 2, for example, who was also secretly running late, hadn't told anybody, and was also secretly planning to take that same live slot. So they would realize that wasn't available to them. And so then they would announce they were taking that one. And then this would cause a mass panic. The next one would do that. And then what you would have then was all the other projects would then scramble around trying to take these other slots that they were going to go for. There wouldn't be enough slots. So we would then have to create some additional slots there. Now, what we would also want to do, though, is we'd like to put some after the code freeze, but we were never allowed to do that because we'd done it 1 year and we'd broken the system, so we weren't allowed to do that. So what you had then was all of these projects all going in one after the other there, creating immense pressure. So what you really want to ask also is what conditions are going to cause us to continue following a plan that's falling apart? What has to be present for that to occur? And basically there's 2 things, or there's 2 areas. One's going to be the external pressures that are acting on people, and the second is internal factors. So External pressures might be a consequence of failure. What might happen if you fail? Another one might be you might underestimate the risks of continuing. You may have organizational and cultural factors. There may be industry rules driving you in a certain direction there. Internal factors are going to be things like your capacity to make decisions and work things through and have a mental model there. A second is your mental model itself. And a third thing would be your appetite for risk, how much risk you're prepared to take. And we need to understand how those factors result in a decision, but also we need to have some self-awareness and some honesty as well. So what we need to be able to do is we need to be able to look at something like the Torrey Canyon incident there and actually read through everything, understand it, and then honestly say, if I'd been that captain of that tanker, I probably would have made the same decision that he did. If you do not say that or cannot say that, then it means that really you don't understand the situation. In which case, if you don't understand the situation, you can't fix it. So in terms of external pressures, one would be that consequence of failure. So for the Torrey Canyon, the oil tanker, it meant significant financial penalties. And maybe the captain would get fired, which he didn't want to happen. If it's an airline, maybe if you divert to another airfield, you're going to have to put people up in hotels and pay them compensation. And for us at HMV, we were basically told, get that code in for Christmas. If the code isn't in for Christmas, maybe there isn't a job there for you in the new year. Another external pressure is that you may underplay or underestimate the risks of continuing. So for the oil tanker Torrey Canyon, they had a combination of a lot of unanticipated issues. They were going through a narrow channel, but they didn't anticipate the trawlers with their nets out when they were going through the channel. They didn't realize they were going to make it a navigational error, and they didn't expect that they would get a whole series of steering gear issues. And similarly in aviation, often the risks aren't fully anticipated. And at HMV there, we didn't realize because each project was lying to us, unaware that all the other projects were also lying there. So another pressure can be this organizational cultural factor here. So one thing that happened was that the way that the oil was sold by the traders meant the tanker did not know where it was actually going until it got to this place here, the Canary Isles. And then basically it was told when it got to the Canary Isles to go in one of three directions. If they were told turn left, the oil had been sold in North America. If they were told go straight ahead, it had been sold in Northern Europe, and so they were going to either Rotterdam or Milford Haven. Or if they were told turn right, it had been sold to Southern Europe and they were going to go into the Mediterranean. Because they didn't know where they were going, they couldn't hold charts for every single possible destination they could be going. So they didn't have detailed charts for the Scilly Isles channel there. Other external pressures might be industry rules. So in aviation, it can be that you have to complete a flight within a prescribed flying duty period. And then that can cause you perverse incentives where you maybe try and make a dangerous approach and continue with it rather than flying around, clocking up too many hours and then being put on a disciplinary for overdoing your hours there. Another internal factors, though, is your ability to make decisions at the time when you need to make those decisions. So for the captain of the Torrey Canyon, he had an almost impossible goal. So he had 5 days, 24 hours. He was sailing at 17 knots. See, that's, if you multiply that out, that's 2,040 miles. But the distance from the Canary Isles to Milford Haven is only 2,000 miles. So there's almost no leeway there. So he had a very, very tight schedule. He was under a lot of strain. And so another factor there can be fatigue. So very often when it occurs in aviation, it occurs at the end of a long flight, or it occurs at the end of a long day of flights. For the Torrey Canyon, the captain, he'd only had 2.5 hours sleep. That wasn't because he was partying, that was because he was working so hard to keep on schedule. And at HMV, we were not allowed to start our go lives until 10 o'clock when the website traffic had quietened down. And then the go live started, and it was worked on by people that had been working since 9 o'clock that morning. So we were starting our go lives tired. So fatigue, it will do several things. It will impair your judgment. It will make you more ready to take risks. It will slow down your thought processes, your reaction time, and also it will impair your memory, so you don't remember stuff. Now, there's another factor as well, in that we find it very difficult to make decisions where we've encountered a sudden reversal. We need time to adjust. And that's precisely what happened with the captain of the Torrey Canyon. He woke up in the morning and he expected that he was going to be waking up to being here. But actually he woke up and he was here, and he suddenly had a huge problem, and he couldn't cope with that. So that was part of why he tried to press on with it, because he didn't have time to adjust internally. Now, this happens quite a lot. It happens on projects. It also happens an awful lot in naval and military operations. So this here is a photograph. It's of the USS Yorktown at the Battle of Midway in 1942 there. And it's being attacked by Japanese aircraft at the time. Now, the Battle of Midway was an extremely large victory. It's an astounding victory for the Americans, and it was a devastating defeat for the Japanese. But it didn't need to be as devastating a defeat as it turned out to be. It became worse because of some decisions that the Japanese admiral made at the time. So what happened here was the Japanese, they wanted to lure the American fleet out into an ambush and then attack them there. And they knew that if they attacked this island, Midway Island, that the Americans would have to come out and defend it there. So they anticipated that in a surprise attack there, there would be just the airfield. There'd be no aircraft carriers. They would overwhelm the airfield, and then they could deal with the American aircraft carriers. Unknown to them, though, the Americans had broken the naval codes, and they knew what the Japanese were doing. So they sent some carriers out to lay an ambush. So what happened was when the Japanese attacked the island at the beginning of the day, they then started to receive counter-strikes from the Americans. Now, some of these were from land-based aircraft, which they expected from the airfield, but they were being attacked by carrier aircraft as well. So they knew straight away that there was at least one or possibly more American carriers in the vicinity. But nevertheless, they successfully repelled all the attacks there until about 10:30 that morning. And then what happened at 10:30 was they received, in the space of 5 minutes, a devastating attack which put out of action 3 of their 4 carriers. Now, at this point, although it's a big disaster, it's not a critical one, in that they've still got 1 carrier left, and they have other carriers in Japan being repaired. So the wise thing to do at this point would be to recognize that you are overwhelmed, that your fighting ability has suddenly gone down, and to retreat. But the Japanese Admiral Nagumo, was unable to do that. He continued to attack, and the Japanese lost their 4th carrier there, and it turned into a big disaster for them. So another factor in an internal factor in your mind there is a switch in risk appetite. So when things are going really well, we are risk adverse. So we avoid taking risks unless the payoff is well worth it there. But when things are bad, we will actually deliberately seek out risks, and we'll take a whole lot more risks. And when a plan suddenly becomes unworkable, our perception changes from good to bad, and all of a sudden we become a whole lot more risk seeking. So what happened here was that they were in the wrong position, because the first officer, he had made some ill-advised course corrections during the night when the captain was asleep, and he'd done that discarding some safer alternatives because he was trying to to retrieve some lost time and get ahead of time there, and he was taking some risks there. Okay, So the question is, how can you avoid plan continuation bias? And here, remember, it's external pressures and internal factors. So you need to be able to change those factors there in order to change the decision. If you don't change those factors, it's unrealistic to expect us to behave differently. So with the external factors, you can do things such as reduce the incentives for continuing to follow a plan. You can highlight the risks of continuing, like with this story, the Torrey Canyon. If they'd thought about the steering mechanism problems they'd had in the past, they may have realized the risks. You could also perhaps highlight the culture and the management factors driving that. And for us at HMV, the seeds for our go live failure, they weren't sown in October, they were sown in April there, right at the start of the projects. And external factors would be, you could introduce industry rules that would reduce things. That will work, but you may get some perverse incentives around the edge cases. Now, one thing that we could have done at HMV, for example, is we didn't know how much money the company had made until April, but we didn't know how many projects we were going to run, but we did know we were going to run at least one project. So it would be reasonable to have started off the first project before we knew how much money had been made, because they were going to do that anyway. And maybe when it became a bit clearer, then start off the second project. And this would have made an enormous difference to the end of the projects where the go live is going there, by reducing that pressure. Okay, so the other things are internal factors. So you need to be able to preserve your mental and decision-making capacity for when you need it, which is when you're making that go live decision there. So you should avoid scheduling go lives when you know people are going to be fatigued, because they are going to make poor decisions. We could have argued for beginning go lives at 6 o'clock, and perhaps we may have got it there. Also, if you have a mental model there, you can improve your mental model. So if you have a backout plan ready and things go wrong, you're more likely to follow that backout plan than if you have nothing ready. Also, avoid attacking the American fleet if they've just sunk 3 of your carriers. And try and have a circuit breaker period. If you've had something where you've suddenly got some really bad news, or something that's completely thrown you and changed there, if you make a decision immediately after that, you will make a bad decision. So try and have a bit of leeway there to be able to make it, if that's possible. It's not always possible, but if it is, and you don't need to make the decision just yet, try and put it off. And risk appetite switch, do be aware that you're going to switch your risk appetite. Now, another thing that you can be doing is automated releases and DevOps. They will help. We reduce this plan continuation bias because everything's automated, but it will only help you so far. And it will introduce other biases, one of which is if you have a highly automated system, when things go wrong in there, all of a sudden the work for the humans has become far more complex. And you also introduce some other biases such as automation bias. So thank you very much. Please, let's do connect. So if you are interested in hearing any more, this is my email. This is my LinkedIn profile. And this is my YouTube profile. So thank you. And did we have any questions? Thank you.
There are new demands from fans. Fans are not expecting only to know the lineups and the scores of the matches. They want much more than that. They want real-time data. They want to react to matches and games. They want to connect with the community. They want to understand why their team is winning or losing. So they are demanding much more data than ever before. There are new demands from fans. Fans are not expecting only to know the lineups and the scores of the matches. They want much more than that. They want real-time data. They want to react to...
What an enriching journey today. From human-powered AI in B2C quality to agentic AI transforming testing, and then weaving quality into your organization's fabric. We have aroused curiosity, inspired action, and sharpened our strategies for safeguarding releases in an unpredictable world. Before we move on to the next session, we have a challenge where you can boost your career. Join our Green Challenge and compete it to win an incredible mentoring with one of our referents in Globant. Now, it's time to cross the Atlantic Ocean and hand the reins over to Tomas and Juan, who will guide you through the next segment of Quality Next, continuing the conversation with the same energy, insight, and vision.
Hi, Chandrima. Hi, Pratik. Thank you all for everything, and thank you for all the speakers that has been passing. I hope that you all are enjoying this event. I'm Tomas Romero Borzi. I'm Technical Director here at Globant with over 16 years of experience. I'm working as Head of QA for all our gaming studio. And I'm alongside here with JP Pisano.
Yes, I'm Juan Pablo. I'm Technical Director here at Globant. Over my 18 years at the IT sector, I specialize in financial industry with a passion for leading teams to build high impact and scalable solutions.
Perfect. And we're going to be the host for the upcoming events and the coming talks. Now that we have explored how the AI-driven change are impacting, it's a perfect time to discover a new playbook for the quality engineers in this AI era. Yes, how all the shift-left strategies can be implemented, boosted, and driven by AI, and how to prompts to design better questions and guide the AI reliability and move from testing to architecting quality. And for that, we will have Federico, right, JP?
Yes, meet Federico, that for the past 13 years has worked at Globant's Quality Engineering Studio, helping companies improve their quality assurance processes. During this time, he has led multiple test automation initiatives focusing on talent development and technical innovation.
Okay, so Fede, all yours.
Okay, hello, hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at the Quality NXT conference. So my name is Fede. I'm a subject matter expert in AI and testing. I've been working with Globant for the past 15 years, doing a lot of things from building test automation frameworks to doing AI research and quality assurance assessments. And well, today I'm going to talk about how we can write this new playbook for quality engineers, how we can shift left our prompts and become the architects of the new systems that are being built on top of large language models. This talk is also about discovering a new playbook, how we can tame, how we can drive the attention of these new models toward more deterministic results, and yeah, of course, use them on a daily basis. As you know, large language models are everywhere. They are defining how we shape the software development life cycle, and we as quality engineers have a huge and really good opportunity here, as I mentioned, to become the architects of the solutions. Let's start then with a question. So how do we architect quality on a system that operates under new rules? Generative AI, large language models, and machine learning algorithms are not similar to the problems, let's say, or to the systems that we were used to test, let's say 3-5 years ago. These systems propose to us new rules, right? I have highlighted 3 items so I can give you a quick overview. Probably you have already experimented them when played around with ChatGPT or the Claude or Gemini models, but by nature, these systems have non-deterministic behavior. And what does this mean? It means that with the same question, we can get 2 complete different but valid answers. It's not just a matter of having a button that I can go and press it and I can expect a pop-up. It's like pressing a button and expecting different shapes of pop-ups, but every solution could be correct, right? How do we orchestrate that? These models also provide unpredictable outputs, right? It's tricky sometimes to get deterministic behaviors. We can ask for test cases, we can ask for test automation code and get the results, get the scripts that we were looking for. Sometimes we can get better answers. We can learn from the output of the models on how to use a certain pattern or how to improve by just doing a quick question. And besides getting those brilliant answers, at some point we can also get the worst hallucinations, right? The model can derail and start showing us results that have nothing to do with what we were expecting at the beginning. And if we're going to build agentic workflows, if we're going to automate tasks using large language models, this is critical. We need to at least make sure that the results are at some point pointing in the right direction of what we want to accomplish. We're also testing on an infinite test surface. You can see these models as a vast array of knowledge with associations between words, but knowledge go from, let's say, quantum physics to coffee shops to Shakespeare novels. So how do we structure the attention of the model to focus exclusively on producing the results that we want? It's not an easy task, and that's why I think we need a playbook that will allow us eventually to shift left our practice and become more proficient, and how we, in the future, how we start building this system. You may be wondering, okay, so let's get to the playbook, let's get to the how I do this or that, and how I can leverage my knowledge with the knowledge of the models. But I think that for that to happen, first, we need to ask ourselves a really important question, which is, how do these models work internally? It doesn't have to be for us like a black box that we don't know what we're doing, and sometimes by luck we hit the result that we were expecting. And we also don't have to dive deep into know the internals, right? We don't have to know everything that happens inside a transformer model, but we need, for me at least, we need to know the basics, right? We need to know how to drive their attention and how they are composed, so we know what we are doing. And to understand the minds of the transformers, I would like to use an analogy, because for me, believe it or not, the most accurate description of unguided AI was not written by a software engineer in the Silicon Valley 5 years ago. For me, it was written 80 years ago by the great Argentine writer Jorge Luis Borges. You might be wondering what if I have gone crazy or what I'm talking about right now. But yeah, give me a few seconds and let me explain. Borges in 1944 wrote about a man named Ireneo Funes. Funes was a man like any of us, and that one day he fell off a horse and had an accident, went to a coma. And when he woke up, Funes had perfect memory. And what do I mean by perfect memory? That he could remember everything. He could remember every smell, every moment. And as Borges described him, he could remember every fleeting cloud in the sky, every leaf on every tree, every crack on the pavement. He could remember every minute, every shape. And you must be thinking, okay, this was a blessing for him. He was not able to forget anything, so he knew every experience he was exposed to. But for Funes, this gift was also his curse. Funes was so focused on the attention of remember everything that was surrounding him that he was not able to think, he was not able to process this information. He eventually ended up living in the darkness to avoid being overwhelmed by the amount of sensory data that he was exposed in the outside world. There's a narrator in the story also that when he directed his word to Funes, he tried to be as specific and as less abstract as possible to ease the pain of Funes remembering things. And I think that by this point, you're already getting some relationships with large language models and the story that I'm telling you, because models themselves, as I mentioned, have this wide and vast ocean of information, and they work very similar to how Borges was describing the mind of Funes. And what was the problem that this guy has? He was remembering everything, every moment, every single sensation, and that for him had become like a perfect paralysis. He was not able to create concepts. He was not able to abstract. And as Jorge Luis mentioned in his book, he said a wonderful phrase, which is, to think is to forget difference, to generalize, to abstract. And what happens with Funes was the complete opposite. His vast mind of memories for him became perfect paralysis. And that brings us to our nowadays challenges. We were talking about building a playbook. We were talking about how we can shift left our structure. And I mentioned to you that we need to understand the mind behind these models. So we can think that we are working nowadays with digital versions of Funes. LLMs today remember patterns. They are not able to remember facts. They are able to make connections between words, but they are not able to make connections between concepts. Models nowadays simulate race reasoning. For example, that great question that you got from ChatGPT last week, that you felt that you were talking with another person, well, that's a sophisticated token prediction. The models have become so good at predicting the next word, at elaborating sentences, given the vast information and the knowledge they have been trained, that when you're talking with them, it feels like they are reasoning and you're having a conversation with another human. And the last bullet, and I think this for me is one of the most important ones, is that the models as Funes are paralyzed by possibility of creating things without having guidance. They have all the knowledge in the world. They have all the relationships they were able to build within its training. But without a good prompt, without good guidance, let's say, they are completely useless. So how do we unparalyze them? How we remove them from let's say, this curse? Borges in his book didn't find an answer to Funes' problem, and maybe it was not the scope of the short story, but fortunately we have a solution that we can offer. So what's the antidote, right? How we fix this paralysis by knowledge and by a lot of information? And it's not that the LLMs are broken or the technology needs to change. It's not that we need to build a new algorithm on top of this to make it work. It's really simple. It's about understanding how we can guide the AI's attention. Remember when I was telling the story of Funes that I mentioned about the narrator of the story, that he tried to be as specific and as accurate when he was talking to him? Well, here is the exact same thing. When we are writing our prompts and we are improving them with certain guidelines, that's what we are doing. We are facilitating the neural network its navigation. We're making the attention more direct towards the concepts that we want to hear in its output. And by becoming the creators of these prompts, by finding the antidote to this paralysis, it's how we as quality engineers move from being observers of the output, of measuring the output in terms of, okay, yeah, this has these cases, but it's lacking edge cases or negative scenarios or so on. And we move towards being the architects of the solution. By polishing these prompts, is that we become the filter and we become more efficient. So we get to the playbook. Now we know a little bit how the mind of the models work, and so we can start building on top of that to get good results. And the playbook is not more than a set of rules that we can apply to prompt engineering to work with the attention of the models. And I have called this framework CRISP because, I don't know, it's funny. So you can see it as a CRISP approach to prompt engineering. And CRISP is like an acronym of a few letters that, as I start to explain them, you will see a tight relationship to what you do on your daily basis as quality engineers. It's not that we have to reinvent the wheel or to learn something that feels like a rocket science. It's like a way of abstracting or putting in practice what we already know, what we already master, and see how that eventually help us to get better results. Let's start with a few definitions. Let's start with the first two letters, like context and role. What we are doing here, and I'm going to show you a few examples later, so don't worry. It's with context and role, we are defining the test scenarios and the user personas. Same thing that we do when we define a requirement and when we define test cases. Instructions and specifics. Why are instructions and specifics good practices of prompt engineering? Basically, what we're doing is we're defining requirements and the acceptance criteria. Very similar to what we will do if we're building manual test cases or if we're building a test automation script. And then the P from prototype, it's a good practice in the sense of providing the prompts golden examples, like canonical examples of what good looks like when we are trying to build code, when we are trying to build tests and we want the tests to look a certain way. It's a good practice to share examples of what good looks like. Remember, we're working with this vast surface of knowledge, which are the large language models. And if we ask for a JSON file, if we ask for Gherkin syntax, they know what the words mean and what's the relationship between those words. But in order to produce the structure that we want, it's always a good practice to provide a few examples. Okay, enough theory. Let's see this in practice. Let's start with a simple task. In this scenario, I'm not going to use the framework, but I want just to illustrate a few concepts, so then we move to the framework in practice. Here, what I'm doing is I'm writing a simple prompt, which is write negative test cases for a login page in a markdown table. And I'm using a legacy model, and I'm using a simple model to illustrate things. These are not the state-of-the-art models that probably you are used to. I'm using GPT-2 here. And you can see in the middle, you can see an example on how the attention is distributed, how the model is creating the relationship between words. You can see there are a few lines. The stronger the line, the stronger the relationship. But you can also notice that the attention is all over the place. It's like every word has a relationship with any other word in the prompt. So what's happening internally is that the model doesn't know what to prioritize. The prompt is ambiguous, it's not well defined, it's not well elaborated. So the model is going to work with what it has. And since we are using a legacy model, you can see that the output on the column on the right is completely out of place. It has nothing to do with what we are asking or what we were looking for. Instead of getting test cases, we got HTML code and a description that it does not relate to probably what we were expecting. And this could happen for different reasons. It could happen because it's a legacy model. But if you look at the prompt, it also has some words that could be related eventually with HTML pages, like markdown page, login, table. So maybe that's what's confusing the model. So how do we fix this? How do we create a better approach? Let's start implementing the framework. So the first thing that I'm going to do is then start adding context. So instead of having just the prompt to write negative test cases for a login page, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, we are testing a login page for a high security banking application. Write negative test cases for a login page. I'm still using GPT-2, but if you look at the GIF in the middle of the screen, you will see how the relationship between security, banking, and the word application creates stronger connections with themselves and also relates to the word testing, test, negative, and cases as well. So the more information we give to the model, the more detailed and the more rich are the relationships between the different words. And that's what eventually helps to produce a more reliable outcome. It's not just that we are adding random words to make these words, to make the model use new words as preference or something like that. It's that truly we are managing how the model focuses on the things that are important to produce the output. Again, GPT-2 is not the state of the art, so its outcome it's limited. But if you look at the column on the right, you will see that the results are much more aligned to what we were asking in the first place. Now we didn't have an HTML page or HTML elements. We got at least a set of tests, very basic tests for as an output. But this doesn't end here. I mean, we can continue to provide the different elements of the playbook, and we can continue to improve how our prompts look like. Here, what I'm doing is I'm adding a role, and remember that roles are important because it gives a user persona to the prompt, and it also helps to drive the attention towards what we are looking for. Here I'm doing this example with Cloud Haiku 3.5, which is a more advanced model. And what happens with proprietary models is that we can know the mathematics behind the implementation, but we really don't know how the attention focus internally. But we can eventually predict it. It's easy to do while writing good prompts and evaluating the outcomes. And the thing that I'm adding here is saying, okay, act as a senior cybersecurity analyst specializing in penetration testing. It already knows the context. There's a banking application. Now we add a user persona, and we're still asking for negative test cases. And if you look at the output, it's not just a list of test cases as we got last time, but on this particular scenario, it's like the model transform its output or transform itself into a more let's say, expert in a specific field. The way that it's writing the results to us, the way it's showing us the tokens that it's producing, it has the shape, it has the intention of working as an expert in a specific field. And we have done that just by adding a few descriptions. This not only happens because the models are really good right now and they have been trained and pre-trained on vast amount of question and answer, etc. This type of results, we're getting this type of results because of how we are driving the structure of the prompts as well. But that's not it, right? We can continue to improve and using the playbook to get better results. What I'm doing here is I'm adding instructions and specifics. Remember that a few minutes ago, I mentioned that it was also good to provide examples or to be as specific as possible on how we wanted things, similarly to what the narrator of the story did to Funes' mind to ease his pain. Here is exact same thing. Instead of telling the model, generate a list of negative test cases, telling the model how many test cases I want, the type of tests, and how they need to be structured. And look how the result looks like with a truly state-of-the-art large language model like Sonnet 4. You get a really well-formatted table with IDs, with the specifics, and it's using the same instructions that we ask about. It's not improvising how the table looks like. It's not improvising the IDs. It's showing you exactly what you were looking for. It's not that the model it's only providing a response, acting as a engineering in cybersecurity, but it's also focusing on delivering like a finished product based on the instructions and the specifics we provided. So what have we been doing with this playbook and with these instructions? We went from a chaotic, funnest mind, which was not able to answer what we were looking for, and doing a sets of easy and real quick modifications, we mastered the attention and we leverage their knowledge to produce really deterministic and usable results. Each of these layers of the framework can be, of course, they can be optimized, they can be tweaked and elaborated further in terms of what you want and how you want things. But this set of this structure and this set of instructions already gives you something to start with, something you can start playing around. And it's something also you will see when working with agentic workflows, for example, when working with different enterprise AI platforms as well. And last but not least, let's talk a few seconds about the P from prototype in the CRISP framework. And this is what I was referring when I was talking about providing like this canonical description of what good looks like. This is also a technique called fusion prompting. When you add a specific description on how you want the output. It's not anymore 10 test cases with an ID inside a table, but I want the table to look like this. I want the IDs to be structured in this way. I want the expected results to have also this structure. Because remember, the models know associations between words, but they can understand 10 test cases or negative test cases or IDs in different ways. So the closer we get to our prompt to what we expect, then the better. Oh, and here's an example of Gemini 2.5 Pro using the prompts that I have just showed you. Look at the structure, the tables. It's even much better than what we got last time. The IDs have the structure we instructed. The expected results have enough detail to understand what's going on, and yeah, and we even get a description on the model's reasoning as well. So by doing all this, yeah, we have definitely improved what is the consistency of the output. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that we have found the antidote to what we used to call paralysis. We have successfully guided these Phoenician minds of LLMs towards chaotic errors into more deterministic results. And by practicing this type of framework, by practicing prompt engineering, it's how we can become the ones who architect the quality of the systems that are to come. I think this illustrates the concept that I was talking about. We work with infinite unfiltered memory. We work with models that remember everything, but they don't have the ability to generalize. They are paralyzed without having someone to properly guide them. And by using our prompts, our playbook, we move to guided and focused attention. We force the model to abstract, and we leverage quality. As Borges said, and let me say that one more time, to think is to forget differences, to generalize, to abstract. And that's exactly what we did with our playbook. We helped the models to forget what was not necessary. We create generalizations based on the structure and the guidance that we did, and we create the necessary abstractions to produce the results that we were looking for. And for me, this is what we need to master as quality engineers. As we evolve in our practice, we're going to see more implementations on top of large language models, who are going to be the ones that build the web pages, the mobile applications, the backend services, and the different implementations in between. So we have a huge opportunity here to master these prompts, to use the things that we have learned over the years on how to apply best practices to our tests, to our test plans, let's say, and put them into practice. It's a small step away that will put us in a condition of becoming the real architects and auditors of the system. And we have a fundamental change in our profession, in our hands, right? I think that's what the future departs us. And yeah, there's one idea that for me summarizes the talk, the playbook, and the story. And for me, I think the future of quality in this new era of generative AI is not about finding the wrong answer. It's not about finding the error after we interact with a large language model, but it's about preventing it by designing the perfect thing, the perfect question. So thank you.
You need to understand the data as a whole, not only data points to be processed, to be giving some insights to take decisions, but behind this kind of data points, there's a human story to be told. There's a community, there are people who are going to be affected by decisions on AI systems and data systems, people who are going to be affected to access credit, to access healthcare, to access educational opportunities, and to have opportunities and chances to go into business, right? So this kind of understanding on make sure that you have the context of these communities is important to make sure that these systems and the observability that we're going to be building on top of this are going to preserve human dignity. You need to understand.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you, Fede, for that amazing talk. Even reading Borges was incredible. So continuing on our next event, we will move forward to Spanish. Así que, bueno, le damos la bienvenida a este nuevo bloque, esta nueva sección, ¿sí? en castellano. Gracias a los speakers que estuvieron pasando. Les recordamos del sorteo por una oportunidad de una mentoría con alguien del estudio de calidad. No se olviden de participar en GLIM. Están las bases y condiciones en YouTube. Así que bueno.
Sí, un comentario. Recuerden que los estamos leyendo en YouTube, así que aprovechen a poner consultas, preguntas.
Los leemos en YouTube, dejen consultas, preguntas. Los speakers también están viendo YouTube, así que capaz que van contestando algo a medida que ustedes van dejando. Como habrán notado, las charlas que han ocurrido y las que están por venir no hablan tanto de qué es lo que la AI está cambiando al respecto del testing. Creo que eso ya lo venimos cubriendo mismo en el evento del año pasado, como en oportunidades pasadas, sino que lo que nos interesa es intentar contestar la pregunta de cómo nos convertimos en los expertos, cómo nos convertimos en los arquitectos o en los que van a estar velando la calidad de lo que la AI nos va a brindar. ¿Sí? Un poco como somos los guardianes, ahí como había comentado Pradeep en su charla, cómo somos el experto en Airloop. ¿Sí? Más allá de ser simplemente un ser humano, sino alguien que sepa, que tenga conocimientos técnicos de velar o poder cuidar de lo que la AI nos brinda y nos devuelve, sea algo de calidad, que tenga sentido. También como, bueno, las estrategias que nos compartió Fede respecto de cómo armar un prompt para poder sacar el mayor provecho posible.
Sí, hay que asumir el rol de supervisores e ir velando por lo que la IA nos ofrece y nos ayuda en nuestro trabajo diario, básicamente. Bien, tenemos nuestro próximo panel.
Correcto.
Está conformado por un grupo de expertos. Nos van a compartir lecciones claves de sus experiencias en el mundo real. Un poco la conversación va a tender a mirar hacia futuro, explorando todo lo que el papel de la IA y cómo está a punto de revolucionar nuestro proceso de aseguramiento de calidad. Bien, bueno, vamos a conocerlos un poco. Por un lado tenemos a Ana Laura, Tech Manager en Globant, con experiencia en desarrollo web, liderazgo de equipos remotos y transformación digital, con fuerte enfoque en innovación y colaboración. Y Natalia Torranzo, Technical Manager en Globant también, con más de 11 años de experiencia en el área de Quality.
Bien. También el panel va a estar conformado por Facundo Matov, Technical Director en Globant, con más de 15 años de experiencia en IT. Es especialista en negociación con clientes, arquitectura de software y metodologías ágiles, además de ser mentor y profe universitario. Bien acá los profes. También está Chantal Almeida, que es QA Engineering Content Creator. Es una profesional del aseguramiento de calidad del software con experiencia en entornos web y móviles. Y bueno, el panel también va a estar un poco moderado por Seb Arnaudo, ¿sí? Así que bueno, los escuchamos y estamos acá atentos de otro lado.
Hola a todos, bueno, buenas tardes, buenos días, buenas noches, depende de dónde estén mirándonos hoy. Tommy, Juan, muchas gracias por la introducción a este panel, que en torno a todo lo que se viene hablando de calidad, creo que es un tema que no deja de ser súper relevante, en especial en estos tiempos en los cuales nos estamos moviendo, ¿sí? A través de los cambios y la vorágine y la velocidad con la que se espera que nos adaptemos. Y creo que sigue siendo un tema absolutamente vigente el tema de cómo podemos adaptar calidad ante, y estrategias de calidad puntualmente ante la velocidad con la que se pretende que los cambios desde el punto de vista de desarrollo se liberen hacia los usuarios finales. Y gracias eh, a este tema pudimos formar un panel que, como bien escucharon, viene muy variado en cuanto al área de trabajo y de experiencia de cada uno, y eso creo que va a traer mucho debate y buena discusión respecto de las experiencias que cada uno viene trayendo. Todo esto viene alineado con que estamos en un entorno que nos trae muchos desafíos, pero estos desafíos nos permiten tener un enfoque diferente, nuevas miradas y al mismo tiempo oportunidades para mejorar calidad desde todos los frentes. Uno habla de calidad eh, no solo como el último eslabón, sino que a mí me gusta ver calidad en el end-to-end y con todo lo que implica mover las prácticas hacia la izquierda, y por eso me encanta tener en el panel también gente de ingeniería, no solo de calidad. Sin dar mucha más vuelta y mucha más introducción, vamos a ir a la primera pregunta que me parece súper relevante como para disparar este debate, y para eso lo voy a invitar a Facu que nos dé su opinión en este tema, y es respecto de cuando uno trabaja en estos cambios donde hay transformaciones en los ciclos de desarrollo o en los entornos de desarrollo o en el ciclo de desarrollo completo como un todo, ¿sí? ¿Qué has notado, Facu, como cuáles son los perfiles que mejor se adaptan a estos cambios? ¿Cuáles son aquellos más propensos a llevar adelante el desafío?
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Gracias por incluirme desde el lado de ingeniería en este evento. Respecto a la pregunta, lo que yo puedo decir es que veo mucho nuevos perfiles que vienen con, diría, con una mentalidad más abierta, que quieren implementar, son más curiosos, quieren implementar el cambio, están abiertos a recibir el cambio, y como lo decías cuando empezaste, ven la calidad ya como un todo, que no está simplemente pensado en el test al final del ciclo de desarrollo, ¿sí? Entonces se animan a proponer, a entender cómo incluir calidad desde el inicio del ciclo de desarrollo. A veces digo que parece que salen de su zona de confort. Para mí son, diría, perfiles, yo veo muchos perfiles de desarrollo, pero hoy denominaría perfiles híbridos, ¿sí? porque son desarrolladores que ya incluyen o piensan en cómo incluir calidad en el ciclo de desarrollo. También hay muchos, en mis equipos, por ejemplo, veo muchos tester manuales que están queriendo pasarse a aprender frameworks de automatización, entonces están viendo cómo incluir técnicas de codificación para automatizar pruebas, van a ver las ventajas que tienen. Entonces, ese tipo de perfiles que están buscando crecimiento continuo, que están abiertos al cambio, son los perfiles que más se aplican o que más se adaptarían a toda esta nueva tendencia de la calidad, ¿sí?
Muchas gracias, Facu. Qué bueno lo que dijiste porque me da justo el pie para mi siguiente pregunta, digamos, que tiene que ver mucho con esa antigüedad o qué tan nuevas son las personas en los proyectos. Y la voy a invitar a Ana a ver que nos dé su punto de vista y es, ¿qué tipo de influencia ves en la antigüedad, digamos, de una persona de hacer un proyecto o en una empresa, dependiendo cómo se esté dando este tipo de transformación, respecto de la apertura y la mentalidad que tienen para afrontar estos cambios?
Dale. Hola a todos, buenas tardes o buenos días, dependiendo la hora. Bueno, gracias Eva y gracias Facu por tu respuesta que me permite enganchar. Esto de la antigüedad es un poco complejo porque puede jugar tanto a favor como en contra, y eso tal vez es lo desafiante. Si pensamos en chicos con mayor antigüedad en algunos proyectos o en algunas cuentas, generalmente son los chicos que conocen más los procesos, más las prácticas, ¿sí? Entonces seguramente pueden ser conscientes en mayor medida del impacto de esos cambios, ¿sí? Entonces, si eso se combina con esa apertura al crecimiento, con esa mentalidad de crecimiento, con ese growth mindset que muchas veces hablamos, este que mencionaba Facu, seguramente ese sea la mejor versión y el mejor perfil, ¿sí? Que se adapta a estos cambios. Porque seguramente si no la antigüedad podría jugar en contra en el sentido de que como son más conscientes de los cambios, tal vez vienen más cómodos, ¿sí? Estamos acostumbrados a esas prácticas de todos los días en las que, bueno, esto fluye, esto anda bien, esto funciona bien, ¿por qué tengo que cambiar la forma en la que estoy haciendo si hasta ahora veníamos bien, ¿no? Em, Algo que quería complementar a Facu también es que son varias cosas que se tienen que dar. Esta madurez de los chicos, eh, como soportada por, eh, por esta capacidad de aprender y desaprender, ¿no? Y de animarse, ¿sí? De animarse a afrontar esos cambios, de animarse a salir de la zona de confort, de contagiar ese entusiasmo por innovar, por cambiar algunas cosas, por cambiar algunos procesos. Esto de no tenerle miedo al impacto de esos cambios, sino pensar que tal vez podemos hacer mejor lo que veníamos haciendo. Así que la mejor combinación en estos perfiles, y es como dice Facu también, estos perfiles híbridos o esos chicos curiosos que tal vez, no sé, son desarrolladores, pero llaman al tester automation y le preguntan un poco, ¿qué estás testeando? ¿Qué deberíamos testear? ¿Cuáles son esos casos borde tal vez que podemos descubrir juntos o que podemos pensar juntos para complementar la suite? Entonces, es esa combinación de perfiles y generalmente hasta los chicos que han sido parte de esas diferentes tareas son los que realmente suman más valor y los que contagian también esta predisposición al cambio.
Mira, me vienen bien las respuestas que están dando porque me dan pie para mis siguientes preguntas, lo cual está bueno. Porque muchos hablaron del cambio y muchos hablaron de animarse, ¿sí? Pero creo que viene una parte importante acá y es que cuando uno implementa cambios y cuando uno tiene que animarse, los fallos van a suceder. Digamos, es algo natural y es parte de la naturaleza del trabajo, digamos, no somos perfectos y nos vamos a equivocar. Entonces, ¿cómo ven ustedes que deberíamos preparar un entorno en donde se promueva el fallo, digamos, en el buen sentido de la palabra, en donde ese fallo no se castigue y donde la gente sepa que hay un cambio en el medio y ese cambio va a traer consecuencias, digamos, y que hay respaldo para eso? ¿Cómo lo ven ustedes? ¿Cómo le damos soporte a esos equipos? Ahí.
Eh, por ahí voy a tomar la pregunta de nuevo yo. Sé que somos varios en el panel, pero mm, ya que estamos hablando del tema y tomo lo que decís vos, lo que mencionó Ana, yo cuando hablé de perfiles híbridos no quise hablar de edades porque es cierto, no hay que basarse en eso. Y el tema de equivocarse, ¿no? O sea, probar implica muchas veces equivocarse. Y nosotros siempre empezamos siendo juniors y probábamos cosas nuevas y fuimos creciendo en nuestra carrera profesional. Y hoy ya ocupamos puestos de liderazgo tal vez y en todo caso hasta somos influencer en una especie de cultura organizacional, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros como líderes en los equipos donde estamos o en los proyectos, ¿no? Deberíamos generar un ambiente sano para permitir que esos chicos que vienen, o voy a decir chicos, ¿no? Pero estos profesionales que nos traen ideas creativas, le- les demos el lugar para que se equivoquen, para que prueben y que se equivoquen, pero que aprendan del error, ¿no? Que construyamos lecciones del aprendizaje, entonces podemos generar una especie de ambiente más controlado para que ellos puedan probar, no sé, muchas veces vienen y me comentan de algún nuevo framework, ya sea para el lado del desarrollo o para la calidad, entonces bueno, veamos en qué momento lo podemos aplicar, que luego tengamos una charla, por ejemplo, al fin del ciclo de desarrollo de un proceso Agile, nos sentamos, hacemos una retrospectiva, analizamos qué conseguimos, qué no conseguimos, medir obviamente ese cambio, desviación, ver si podemos mejorar en lo que nos equivocamos. Pero como líderes tenemos que estar abiertos a dejar que la gente que trabaja con nosotros pueda probar, experimentar y obviamente no castigar el error, no decir que por culpa de no avanzamos, sino todo lo contrario, darle su espacio. Así que complemento un poco más también lo que venía diciendo Ana respecto a esto.
Sí, y creo que dijiste algo muy, muy importante, el tema de cómo hacemos para aprender, digamos, cómo hacemos que el equipo como un todo aprenda y adquiera el valor de esas lecciones aprendidas. Ahí, ¿cómo han visto su experiencia en ese frente? ¿Cómo hacemos para que todos adquieran ese conocimiento a partir de los fallos, a partir de las lecciones que vamos aprendiendo y a partir de los éxitos también, ¿no? ¿Cómo lo ven ahí?
Bueno, esta pregunta me encanta, porque es un espacio que siempre me he encargado o propuesto de proponer, de promover. Como decía Facu, las lecciones aprendidas y verlas así, estos errores, es la oportunidad que tenemos de equivocarnos y aprender de eso. Hay lo que yo siempre digo que es, a uno no le gusta lo que no sabe, pero cuando uno empieza a entender y uno empieza a saber más de todo eso, uno empieza a entusiasmarse y le empieza a gustar, ¿no? Eh, y los espacios estos donde el equipo hace una pausa, donde para, donde se siente a entender, por ejemplo, si hubo un error, qué pasó, qué hicimos, en qué contexto, qué información teníamos, y empieza como a pensar también todo bueno, a analizar todo ese timeline tal vez de, de de momentos o de situaciones o decisiones que tomaron y empieza a pensar todas esas acciones que pueden ser preventivas o proactivas, se empieza a generar como una capacidad colectiva, una responsabilidad compartida en, estamos aprendiendo esto, de ahora en más podemos enfrentarlo de esta forma, ¿sí? Y en algún punto, y lo he podido ver en mi experiencia y es muy lindo de ver, es contagioso esto de si uno siente que está aprendiendo y es capaz de comunicarle, es capaz de ser transparente en esos espacios, el equipo también siente eso, ¿sí? Y entonces siente que está en ese espacio sano, ¿sí? En ese espacio seguro, en ese espacio donde puede equivocarse, en ese espacio donde puede aprender y desaprender, en ese espacio donde a veces es difícil de ver, pero cuando uno estamos ante tantos cambios, este ritmo tan acelerado que a veces nos tiene corriendo, em, a veces los resultados inmediatos no son los esperados. Y entonces nos equivocamos una vez y nos equivocamos otra vez. Pero tal vez si no pasamos por esas iteraciones y no hacemos pausa en estos espacios de entender, bueno, pero ¿qué aprendimos hasta acá? Y dejamos al resto del equipo también conocer qué aprendimos hasta acá para poder partir de ahí, ¿sí? Y seguir adelante con esos aprendizajes y ser mucho más fuertes, ¿sí? Eso es lo que En mi caso, con mis equipos hemos logrado como sortear un montón de obstáculos y creo que nos volvemos más fuertes. Y también contagiamos. A veces yo trato de que esos espacios primero sean internos, por supuesto, porque hay que tener ese espacio interno tal vez del equipo para entender qué hicimos, qué no hicimos, por qué lo hicimos, qué podríamos haber hecho mejor. Pero después enseñarle a los demás también que aprendimos de todo eso, ¿no? Como para que el resto también se anime a jugar un poco ese juego de, de aprendamos a partir de esto. Y la verdad que creo que es incluso es algo que podemos aplicar en la vida, ¿no? Si podemos aprender de estos errores, de eso se trata y vamos a disfrutar mucho más los próximos desafíos también.
Muy bueno.
Ujú.
Muchas gracias, Ana. Mi siguiente pregunta está todo muy relacionado, ¿no? Y le voy a invitar a Chantal en base a su experiencia para que nos cuente un poco, y es, nosotros entendemos muchas veces de los equipos que estamos en condiciones de aprender y sabemos que tenemos que aprender y sabemos muchas veces que vamos a equivocarnos, pero ¿qué papel juega la empresa y la organización y qué madurez debe tener esa organización para ayudarnos a aceptar o mejor dicho, para entender que tenemos que cambiar, digamos, y que ese cambio impacte en la calidad, que hay que el cómo, cuando cambia un proceso de desarrollo, ya no puedo hacer lo mismo que hacía antes, porque no es válido. ¿Cómo ha sido tu experiencia en ese frente, Chanta?
Bueno, buenas tardes primero que nada, y siguiendo un poco toda esta línea que se venía hablando, para mí la madurez de una empresa influye directamente en cómo acepta y gestiona los cambios en las estrategias de aseguramiento de la calidad, ¿no? Cuando hablamos de transformaciones disruptivas, el nivel de madurez define la velocidad y la profundidad con la que estos cambios pueden adaptarse. En una empresa con menor madurez, suelen haber muchos más procesos manuales, menos automatización y una visión de la calidad como si fuese un paso final. En este contexto, los cambios generan mucha resistencia porque, claro, implican romper esquemas, invertir en herramientas nuevas y modificar esa forma de trabajo. Entonces, aquí el reto está un poco en generar confianza, ¿no? Empezar con pilotos más pequeños, mostrar resultados rápidos y demostrar con datos que las nuevas formas de validar reducen los riesgos en lugar de incrementarlos. Ahora, en una empresa más madura, el escenario es totalmente distinto, porque los equipos ya cuentan con procesos establecidos, entornos de validación bien definidos, métricas de calidad y con una cultura de mejora continua. Esto, claro, no significa que el cambio se vaya a hacer automáticamente, pero como ya existe esa base de confianza y aprendizaje acumulado que facilite el aceptar y entender que la forma de validar también debe evolucionar. Entonces, en este punto, creo que el rol de calidad deja de ser visto como un filtro al final y pasa a ser un socio estratégico del negocio, entendido así como una pieza clave para sostener la estabilidad de las plataformas productivas mientras que se van introduciendo esas nuevas prácticas. Lo más importante también es entender que la madurez no se mide solo en nuevas herramientas o nuevos procesos, sino que la cultura organizacional también importa, porque una empresa madura entiende que la calidad es una responsabilidad compartida, ¿no? Y que las prácticas de validación deben crecer al mismo ritmo que lo hace la forma de entregar el producto. Y siguiendo toda esta línea de la madurez, eso también influye mucho en la apertura a utilizar nuevas tecnologías, como lo es la inteligencia artificial, porque, claro, una empresa con menor madurez lo ve algo así como secundario o lejano. En cambio, una empresa con mayor madurez cultural y técnica la entiende como un acelerador de confianza que le puede ayudar a priorizar pruebas según el riesgo, analizar patrones de comportamiento en producción y anticiparse a problemas antes de que lleguen al usuario, ¿no? Y al final, para mí, la madurez de la empresa marca la diferencia entre ver el cambio como una amenaza o como una oportunidad. Y aquí es cuando el área de calidad es ese puente de confianza, ¿no? Que permite que las prácticas de validación evolucionen al mismo ritmo que el negocio y la tecnología.
Buenísimo, muchas gracias, Chanta. Me encantó lo que dijiste de ser el socio estratégico y de darle la confianza a las organizaciones. Me encantó esa parte porque no siempre es considerado desde ese punto de vista y me da también mucho pie para lo que sigue, porque como bien hablaste de inteligencia artificial y de y de las nuevas herramientas. Entrando un poquito en la parte de inteligencia artificial, y por ahí esta pregunta va para Facu, es ¿cómo crees que cuando afrontás el cambio en tu experiencia, en tu experiencia pasada enfrentándote a cambios en ciclos de desarrollo, procesos de desarrollo, qué te hubiese gustado tener del uso de inteligencia artificial para hacerlo más fácil, digamos, para que ese impacto en la calidad hubiese sido mucho más sencillo de analizar?
Sí. Bueno, haciendo memoria, ¿no? Como decir, de la experiencia pasada, nos ha pasado en varios equipos, muchas veces, obviamente se introducen cambios en el ciclo de desarrollo, tal vez tuvimos casos donde se ha cambiado tal vez voy a decir, un framework por otro, se ha tenido que introducir nuevas funcionalidades o incluso cambios un poco más radicales de alto impacto que se nos ha pedido. Recuerdo la época donde surgieron las arquitecturas de microservicios. Muchos clientes han querido cambiar casi toda la arquitectura. Entonces, eh, nosotros teníamos en esa época muchas pruebas, en todo caso manuales, y estos cambios de arquitectura nos provocaron digamos, muchos casos de pruebas se han, digo, roto, ¿no? Que nos han dejado de cubrir casos, funcionalidades, y diría que a veces salir a producción era un riesgo total. No estábamos 100% seguros si lo que veníamos o de lo que habíamos validado anteriormente iba a funcionar. Eh, y si hoy analizo las herramientas de inteligencia artificial, lo que nos están ayudando del lado del desarrollo, ¿no? Que pueden evaluar el contexto de lo que se está desarrollando y sugerirnos funcionalidades. No voy a decir programar por nosotros, pero sí van entendiendo y van buscando dentro de nuestro código fuente cómo reutilizar funcionalidades que ya hizo otro programador, por ejemplo. Bueno, en ese caso, hoy creo que la inteligencia artificial también nos ayuda del lado de calidad porque puede analizar qué cambios se están introduciendo los programadores a través de tal vez los commits. No sé si se está trabajando en un entorno de código distribuido. Pueden evaluar los comentarios que hay en los commits, los pull requests, ¿no? Y la inteligencia artificial, en base a eso, si obviamente se arman los prompts necesarios, puede evaluar qué cambios está introduciendo el desarrollador y contrastar con los casos de prueba para saber si, por ejemplo, ciertas pruebas ya no van a ser válidas. Entonces vamos a empezar a resolver mucho más rápido casos de prueba. Muchas veces salir a producción rápido implica apagar casos de prueba. Me acuerdo que a veces decíamos, bueno, apagar ciertos casos de prueba que se rompen. Bueno, hoy todo eso con la inteligencia artificial lo podemos evaluar mucho más rápido y nos asisten. Obviamente el programador, eh, siempre considero que el programador debe hacerse cargo de las pruebas unitarias, o hoy se está incluyendo las pruebas de integración. Bueno, la inteligencia artificial puede ayudarnos o nos asiste directamente en la construcción de esos casos unitarios mucho más rápido que antes. Y ese ideal de tener una cobertura de código en números que nos pedían muchas veces los clientes de un 80%, que muchas veces nos costaba llegar, creo que hoy podemos llegar a hacerlos. Así que en ese sentido la inteligencia artificial yo la veo como una herramienta que analiza más datos en base a los cambios que tenemos y nos puede proponer o sugerir cómo cubrirnos y entregar con mayor calidad y no seguir haciéndolo manualmente como lo hacíamos antes, que entre que deprecábamos cosas y teníamos que construir nuevas herramientas, forzábamos a los equipos manuales que estén constantemente probando. Y lamentablemente siempre era último momento. Las pruebas se hacían siempre al final porque se invertía mucho más tiempo en desarrollo, como es de costumbre, ¿no? Así que veo hoy por hoy una gran ventaja del uso de inteligencia artificial.
Buenísimo, gracias Facu. Y yendo un poco más a eso, más en profundidad el tema de los desafíos. con una visión holística también acá, un poco para Ana la pregunta. ¿Cómo ves cuál en tu experiencia ha sido ese mayor desafío en adaptar toda la estrategia de calidad cuando tuviste que migrar de un proceso de desarrollo, de una arquitectura a otra diferente? ¿Cuál ha sido ese desafío o esos desafíos que realmente pusieron a prueba y cómo asegurar la calidad del producto?
Elegir una sería imposible, muy difícil. Creo que fueron un montón. Y de cada uno aprendimos muchísimo. Me apoyo en Chantal y en Facu con esto de la primera barrera a romper fue QA no tiene que esperar al final. Y QA no debe participar únicamente al final. QA debe estar desde el discovery, debe estar desde el user research, con diseño, en las entrevistas, entendiendo cuál es qué test son los que van a agregar más valor, ¿no? Porque otro desafío que tuvimos también no es la cantidad de tests que estamos automatizando, por ejemplo, incluso con inteligencia artificial, sino es la calidad de esos tests. Estamos siendo estratégicos en pensar esos tests al punto de considerar esos casos borde o esos casos más complejos o esos casos reales que tal vez no son tan fáciles de imaginar. Em, Hay otros desafíos que fueron tal vez muy fuertes también, es cuando cambian los modelos de desarrollo, o por ejemplo tenemos que hacer entregas más frecuentes, ¿sí? Porque tal vez el continuous delivery empieza a ser como mucho más rápido y se empiezan a hacer entregas más parciales o entregas más chicas y más rápido. Como decía Facu, no por el hecho de apagar test, pero sí repensarlos un poco para hacer esas regresiones, esos smokes también más estratégicos y más conscientes de, bueno, tenemos que probar el impacto de esta funcionalidad que incluso hasta en algún punto, como tal vez estamos ahora programando de una forma más iterativa y más parcial, tal vez también tiene que tener otro enfoque ese testing, ¿sí? Por eso también a veces pensamos en herramientas como feature flags que nos permiten apagar y prender funcionalidades, pero que por supuesto tenemos que probar los dos escenarios, ¿no? La funcionalidad apagada y que todo siga funcionando perfectamente y la funcionalidad prendida, pero tal vez una funcionalidad que todavía no está completa, pero que necesitamos que pueda agregar valor, ¿sí? Y que realmente agregue valor a los usuarios finales. Adoptarse a estos cambios en desarrollo, a estos cambios estratégicos en producto es muy importante, pero para eso QA necesita ser parte de esos cambios y de esas conversaciones y de ese, por ejemplo, de ese discovery, ¿sí? Con los usuarios para entender cómo adaptar su estrategia de calidad y cómo colaborar activamente y cómo tener esa responsabilidad compartida que decíamos hoy de QA, pero no siendo ellos los únicos responsables, sino siendo responsable también los stakeholders, a producto, y a los desarrolladores también, que como venimos diciendo, el testing es importante que esté en todas las capas, ¿sí? Desde el programador en el unit testing, desde el testing automatizado en los pipelines, para también detectar errores en etapas tempranas. Eh, es importante que esa responsabilidad sea compartida y ese creo que es un gran desafío porque eso es un cambio cultural. Entonces, ese es un cambio que lleva, que conlleva mucha comunicación, mucho cambio de mindset, y volvemos tal vez a la primera pregunta de hoy, es cómo nos adaptamos tan fuerte o a estos cambios que son bastante disruptivos.
Exacto, qué buenos puntos. Y yendo un poquito más ahí, justo hablando de la madurez, ¿cómo creen que podemos integrar inteligencia artificial para ayudar a nuestros equipos a madurar quizás más rápidamente o a pensar de una manera diferente? ¿Cómo lo ven?
Bueno, para mí la inteligencia artificial es un potenciador de mi rol como QA, ¿no? Ya que puedo aportar muchísimo valor en diferentes etapas del ciclo de vida. Y hay 3 puntos importantes para mí. Primero, pensemos en la generación automática de casos de prueba. Hoy la inteligencia artificial puede analizar historias de usuario, criterios de aceptación o incluso documentación y sugerir esos escenarios de prueba. Esto significa que yo puedo ahorrar tiempo en ciertas tareas repetitivas y dedicarme a aquello que realmente aporta valor, priorizar, analizar riesgos y explorar. En segundo lugar, muchas veces en QA nos encontramos con defectos intermitentes o errores que dependen realmente de condiciones muy específicas. Una inteligencia artificial puede analizar, por ejemplo, grandes volúmenes de logs y encontrar correlaciones que nosotros tardaríamos de verdad muchísimos días en identificar. Eso elevaría la capacidad del equipo para anticiparse a problemas antes de que lleguen a producción. Y un tercer punto es la priorización de pruebas. No siempre podemos probar todo. Y aquí la inteligencia artificial puede ayudar a decidir qué probar primero según la criticidad, la frecuencia de uso o el historial de fallos. Eso encajaría muy bien con metodologías ágiles e iterativas donde normalmente el tiempo en los equipos es limitado. Entonces, desde mi experiencia como QA, yo veo la inteligencia artificial como esa herramienta que me libera de esas tareas repetitivas y me permite enfocarme en lo que ninguna máquina puede hacer también, entender la lógica del negocio, anticiparme a comportamientos del usuario y aportar una mirada crítica y humana a la experiencia del producto, ¿no? La clave está en ver a la inteligencia artificial como ese coequipero inteligente que va a potenciar al equipo de QA y acelerar la madurez del producto. Y ahora, más allá de lo técnico, creo que también nos abre un reto profesional. ¿Cómo evolucionamos nuestro rol? Y aquí no se trata de reemplazar, sino de redefinirlo. En el futuro inmediato, los testers que sepan usar la IA como aliada serán quienes marquen esa diferencia en calidad. Ya no va a bastar con validar requisitos, ahora también vamos a tener que ser estrategas de pruebas, curadores de datos y facilitadores de insights, ¿no? En ese sentido, la inteligencia artificial no nos resta relevancia, más bien nos obliga a crecer hacia un QA más analítico, más preventivo y con mayor impacto en el negocio.
Sí, muy bueno el análisis y los puntos, me encantó lo de... Me encanta siempre cuando se habla de inteligencia artificial como un complemento y no necesariamente como que, ay, nos van a reemplazar, no lo veo, no lo veo así tampoco, y me gusta ese concepto. Y yo no, ya enfocándonos un poquito más para lo que va a ser el cierre y cerrando un poco el tema de los conceptos de lecciones aprendidas, ¿qué cosas saben hoy y aprendieron hoy que les hubiese gustado saber hace unos cuantos años y qué herramientas hay hoy, llámese inteligencia artificial o cualquier otra, que les hubiese gustado tener hace algunos años para afrontar algún cambio de una manera más exitosa, si se quiere, o con menos desafíos? Ahí, Ana, ¿te animás a responder a esa pregunta? Porque venías con el tema de lecciones aprendidas,
Dale,
así
dale,
que
genial.
te
Sí,
dejo
sí,
seguir.
buenísimo. No, no, pensé que... oye, la verdad que me apoyo mucho en Chantal porque me dejó pensando en algunas herramientas que nos hubieran ayudado mucho. Chantal hablaba de tareas repetitivas, pero incluso a veces nos ha tocado testear repetitivamente muchas cosas, pero con parámetros diferentes. Por ejemplo, no sé, esto de testear una página web en un montón de resoluciones. Esto de testear una página web con un montón de translations, o sea, en un montón de lenguajes distintos. Esto de testear una página web con diferentes tal vez reglas de accesibilidad que tenemos que ser compliance. Todo eso, si podemos automatizarlo y ayudarnos a no olvidarnos esos casos que son un montón, la verdad que sería genial y nos hubiera servido muchísimo. De hecho, en su momento nosotros hicimos research y usamos algunas herramientas, por ejemplo, para poder hacer esa validación visual, que a veces es tan difícil, este del antes y el después. Bueno, hice un deploy a producción en el código y cuál era ¿sí? la pantalla, la interfaz antes y cuál era después. Tal vez el solo hecho de comparar nos puede dar un montón de información, ¿sí? Y tal vez una herramienta de inteligencia artificial puede ser muy rápida en eso, que a nosotros nos podría llevar un montón de tiempo, porque tendríamos que hacer un análisis como muy fino de esos componentes, de ese pixel perfect que nosotros le llamamos, que tal vez para alguna de estas herramientas sería muy sencillo resolver. También esto de los falsos positivos, que Chantal lo decía de otra forma, pero creo que hablábamos de lo mismo, esto de esos casos que tal vez nos está fallando la suite y hasta de alguna forma se está volviendo no confiable. Entonces, si pudiéramos tener una herramienta que nos ayude a encontrar esos puntos donde el caso de prueba tiene que modificarse un poquito porque el contexto cambió, porque el caso de uso cambió o porque hay que tener en cuenta diferentes escenarios también. Creo que inteligencia artificial puede ser un acelerador y un como me encantó Chantal que dijo como un potenciador estratégico, como un aliado estratégico, es a veces también en hacer tantas tareas repetitivas nos perdemos un poco, perdemos el foco o nos olvidamos de pensar esos otros casos porque también estamos apurados, estamos corriendo muchas veces con el tiempo. Y también otro desafío que tiene la estrategia de QA hoy es que como los modelos de desarrollo van en pos de entregas más frecuentes, entregas más pequeñas, testing no puede de alguna forma frenar la velocidad de eso, ¿sí? Y entonces ese es otro desafío que hoy se nos presenta muy fuerte, porque tenemos que encontrar la forma, desde la estrategia de QA que implementemos, de que no frenemos, pero que la calidad de esos test realmente agregue valor. Y a veces también podemos usar inteligencia artificial como para medir el impacto de haber cambiado la estrategia. Hay muchas métricas que podemos medir, como en producción de satisfacción del usuario, de errores en producción que tenemos, bueno, de muchas cosas que nos podrían ayudar hasta a validar que las decisiones que estamos tomando sobre la estrategia realmente nos están sumando y nos están agregando mucho valor.
Muchas gracias, Ana. Y sí, muy buen complemento. Y de hecho me da pie para ya las últimas preguntas de este panel y invitarla a Nati que nos dé su visión en cómo tenemos que evolucionar estas estrategias de calidad para estos nuevos desafíos. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos que hacer de ahora en adelante? ¿O qué es lo que deberíamos empezar a pensar de ahora en adelante?
Bueno, hola a todos. Gracias, Eva. Creo que las estrategias de calidad hoy en día están evolucionando hacia modelos que son más inteligentes y que se puedan adaptar más rápido y que nosotros podamos centrarnos en el valor del producto. Entonces creo que con el avance de la inteligencia artificial lo que vamos a ver es un cambio de paradigma. Entonces vamos a dejar de ser las personas que filtran errores o que estamos al final de la etapa, como comentaba Chantal antes, ¿no? Entonces vamos a dejar de pasar de las validaciones manuales y repetitivas a empezar a anticiparnos a los riesgos, a trabajar en etapas más tempranas para poder también priorizar las pruebas y también aprender del comportamiento del sistema en tiempo real. Entonces creo que esa es la forma en la que nosotros tenemos que ver la evolución de estas estrategias. Creo que en este nuevo escenario, al dejar de ser ese filtro de errores al final de la etapa, nos transformamos en un motor de mejora continua. A lo que voy, lo que quiero decir es que calidad ya deja de ser como un quality assurance, sino que empieza a ser un quality engineer o un arquitecto de calidad, donde la calidad se construye en paralelo al código. Entonces, creo que la inteligencia artificial nos ayuda a evolucionar a que la calidad no sea solo una etapa, sino más bien un reflejo continuo del estado del producto.
Qué buena análisis hacia dónde y definición de hacia dónde tenemos que ir. Y me encantó eso porque me da el pie para esta última pregunta que me ayuda a unir un poco todos los conceptos de lo que venimos hablando al final y tiene que ver con el tema de los desafíos, el tema de las lecciones aprendidas, el tema de utilizar inteligencia artificial como este copiloto, ¿sí? ¿Crees que de acá 2, 3, 5 años hayan tareas de calidad que realmente desaparezcan y dejen de tener ese human in the loop, como se dice hoy, y donde realmente agentes van a hacer el 100% del trabajo? ¿O ves que todavía hay tareas que hay que mantenerlas y al mismo tiempo estar involucrados en ellas?
Sí, creo que muchos van a desaparecer y probablemente no les vamos a extrañar. Creo que lo que comentas, ¿no? El testing manual repetitivo, que no agrega ningún tipo de valor, no el testing exploratorio ni el testing con criterios, ¿sí? Sino, por ejemplo, ese cliqueo eterno para validar que todo se ve bien, sprint tras sprint, ¿no? Algo muy mecánico. Y también creo que vamos a ver un declive en el uso de frameworks de automatización muy rígidos. La tendencia creo que está apuntando a herramientas que son más inteligentes y que se van a ir adaptando al código. O, por ejemplo, algo que creo que mencionaron antes, que es el tema de la autocorrección, o que incluso entiendan flujos de negocio. Entonces, si bien obviamente va a haber un espacio para lo técnico, creo que el foco va a estar más en pensar qué validar y por qué en lugar de cómo hacerlo. Entonces, creo que algunas prácticas tradicionales seguramente van a quedar obsoletas o se van a transformar radicalmente. No sé, algunos ejemplos que creo que ya se han mencionado son la ejecución manual de pruebas, cuando son repetitivas seguramente van a desaparecer o van a ser reemplazadas por automatizaciones inteligentes. La suite de pruebas monolíticas o lentas también van a ser reemplazadas por estrategias que sean más modulares, distribuidas, que se basen en el riesgo. Y creo que el testing aislado del negocio también va a dejar de tener sentido. Creo que cada equipo de calidad va a ser más parte del discovery, como decíamos antes, tanto de la definición del diseño, como también del monitoreo postproducción para poder ir alimentando nuestras estrategias, nuestra suite de test cases. Entonces creo que incluso creo que una de las tareas que también pueden ser reemplazadas en un futuro es el reporte manual de defectos. Creo que esto puede llegar a ser reemplazado por sistemas que puedan detectar, reproducir y documentar esos errores automáticamente, ya sea en una etapa como los test unitarios que se mencionó antes, o con elementos que podamos ir educando para que así lo hagan. Lo que sí creo que no va a desaparecer es la necesidad del pensamiento crítico. Yo creo que la colaboración, el foco en el usuario, eso no va a desaparecer. Pruebas, por ejemplo, no sé, de accesibilidad, siempre van a tener que necesitar la empatía y el foco humano para poder hacer las diferentes pruebas que conllevan. Entonces creo que la tecnología cambia, ha cambiado antes y lo va a seguir haciendo, pero la calidad sigue siendo una responsabilidad humana.
Qué buena frase para cerrar, que la calidad sigue siendo una responsabilidad humana. Me la voy a robar para algún otro momento, está muy buena. Bueno, esa fue la última pregunta que tenemos. Espero que hayan disfrutado esta charla, que a mí me ha dejado mucho desde todos los frentes, porque como dije al principio, son todos profesionales con un background muy variado y traen diferentes experiencias y diferentes lecciones, y creo que ha aportado bastante a todos los desafíos que se nos vienen, especialmente la parte de calidad en todos los frentes que implica calidad, porque los desarrolladores hacen calidad y los testers hacen calidad. Así que bueno, muchas gracias a todos, muchas gracias por el tiempo. Les agradezco a todas las preguntas que han hecho, vamos a tratar de responderlas offline, ¿sí? en el canal de YouTube si se puede, y les cedo el lugar a Tommy y a Juan de nuevo. Muchas gracias.
La modularización e implementación de estas prácticas como código nos permiten que los servicios puedan ser desplegados rápido, sean repetibles y sean probables.
Dentro también del área que se estaba hablando un poco, Everything as Code, podemos incluir configuraciones como código o políticas de seguridad como código. Todo esto, digamos, abarcaría infraestructura como código, lo podemos empezar a llamar como
todo como código. La modularización.
In today's digital landscape, the promise of AI is everywhere. Literally, everywhere. But with the market unveiling a new tool or feature every day, software teams face a new challenge: AI paralysis. Too many disconnected solutions, complex integrations, security risks, and compliance headache. At Globant, we believe AI-powered software development should be smarter, not more complicated. That's why we created Globant Coda, the first enterprise-class agentic suite for the entire software development lifecycle. Globant Coda is not just another tool. It is a suite of AI agents and low-code solutions that integrate with your team's processes and tools, streamlining every phase of software development, while reducing costs by up to 40%. For product, instantly convert audio and video into actionable user stories and summaries. Streamlining decision-making. For coding, automatically generate, refactor, and improve your code with real-time suggestions, full context awareness, and built-in best practices. For testing, Increase your test coverage across all levels, from core logic to UI flows and visual consistency with your design system. For design, transform early ideas into wireframes and design components, accelerating collaboration and alignment among teams. For enterprise systems, leverage symbolic AI to create and evolve complex systems with enterprise-grade reliability, security, and long-term adaptability. And the best part? You stay in control of your code and data with no vendor lock-in. From ideation to deployment, Globant Coda delivers value and connect the entire software development lifecycle. Say goodbye to multiple tools and hello to a unified solution built on top of Globant Enterprise AI. Globant Coda, one suite, smarter software development, no more AI paralysis. In today's digital land.
Bien, muchas gracias a Seba, a todo el panel también por la charla las experiencias que nos contaron. Buen video de Coda también, muy bueno. A los que usamos la herramienta, está bueno ver cómo usa la IA, todo el set de herramientas, cómo usa la inteligencia artificial para ayudarnos en nuestros procesos, genera el trabajo en equipo, podemos compartir lo que construimos. La verdad que es muy interesante y me genera mucha intriga ver para dónde va. Está muy bueno.
Sí, y si el panel y la charla anterior, ¿no?, nos dio que pensar, te robo la frase, Nati, ¿no?, de la calidad sigue siendo responsabilidad humana. La siguiente charla nos va a invitar un poco a la acción, ¿sí? Pasar tanto de la teoría un poco más a la práctica. Para eso le vamos a dar la bienvenida a Leo Pase. Él es director de tecnología en Globant. Lidera varias iniciativas de vanguardia en desarrollo de software, testing y arquitectura para sistemas impulsados por IA. Tiene más de una década de experiencia. Él está integrando tecnologías emergentes como lo que es la computación cuántica para remodelar la forma en que construimos y aseguramos la calidad de software, ¿no? ¿De qué va a ser un poco la charla?
Leo nos va a contar un poco cómo podemos crear agentes que no sean nada más que procesos automatizados, sino que también sean conscientes del contexto. Para esto va a explorar tecnologías como MSP, LLMs, y lo está haciendo posible permitiendo que los agentes puedan adaptar con mucha mayor precisión a lo que es nuestro proceso de calidad.
Bien, perfecto. Antes de irnos a la charla, sepan que es la última oportunidad para participar del sorteo en GLIM, ¿sí?, por una mentoría con alguien del estudio de calidad. Así que cuando termine la charla de Leo, se cierra el concurso y después, vamos a decir quiénes son los ganadores al finalizar el evento. Así que, Leo, todo tuyo.
Bueno, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo andan todos? Muchas gracias por la presentación, muchas gracias a todos los asistentes, también prestando atención al panel de discusión anterior, la verdad muy interesante. Bueno, gracias por participar de esta nueva charla. La idea es ir un poco más en detalle a cuestiones más técnicas, ¿sí?, de implementación. La verdad que, me presento nuevamente, aunque si bien me presentaron, yo soy Technical Director del estudio de inteligencia artificial en Globant y también líder de la práctica de testing de inteligencia artificial. La inteligencia artificial es un concepto que venimos ya escuchando hace bastante, todos estamos ya muy metidos en ese tema, entendiendo exactamente de qué hablamos cuando hablamos de inteligencia artificial, qué es lo que puede resolver, qué no. En fin, creo que es una discusión bastante amplia. Yo quiero en esta charla dar un paso un poquito más adelante y si bien obviamente va a estar relacionado con este tipo de tecnologías, la idea ya vamos directamente a lo que es la charla puntualmente, que tiene que ver cómo podemos hacer nosotros más inteligentes de alguna manera los modelos de LLM, que seguramente todos utilizamos de alguna u otra manera, de manera personal, en nuestro trabajo, en nuestras tareas, pero entender de qué manera esos modelos que hoy utilizamos, obviamente, para generar código, para validar código, para generar casos de prueba, para infinidad de cuestiones, cómo podemos empezar a interconectarlos y hacer sistemas que realmente sean mucho más, no sé si la palabra es inteligente, pero que sean mucho más útiles, cómo poder crear orquestadores o verdaderos ejércitos de LLMs que actúen de manera coordinada para resolver diferentes desafíos dentro de lo que es el ciclo de desarrollo, no solamente en el área de testing, aunque va a estar enfocado al área de testing. Entonces, bueno, ahora voy a ir un poco más en detalle, pero bueno, no se asusten por ahí si no escucharon hablar de lo que es el Model Context Protocol. La idea de esta charla, si bien tenemos 30 minutos solamente, es explicar a alto nivel como para que ustedes se lleven una idea de qué se trata y que puedan empezar a implementarlos y empezar a conectar, perdón, diferentes modelos a través de este protocolo, ¿sí? Entonces, el roadmap de la charla va a ser, primero, obviamente, cómo llegamos a este punto, ¿no? A través de lo que es la evolución del testing, desde el punto de vista de la automatización, hasta hace relativamente poco tiempo, la tarea de los ingenieros de pruebas automatizadas era precisamente generar esos scripts de pruebas para poder automatizar. Y la verdad que creo en lo particular que muchas de las herramientas que nosotros utilizábamos para llevar a cabo esta tarea tal vez no se están adaptando demasiado bien a todo el mundo basado en inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Muchas de las herramientas que utilizábamos anteriormente tal vez quedaron un poco obsoletas. Entonces vamos a ver cómo incorporar esas herramientas, Selenium, Playwright, Cypress o la que ustedes usen, dentro de un contexto agéntico. Cómo podemos hacer que nuestros LLMs, que nuestros modelos hagan uso de esas herramientas. Esa va a ser la primera parte de la charla. Eh, Vamos a pasar a precisamente los LLMs, los modelos de lenguaje como orquestadores del testing, cómo podemos montar un servidor MCP como nuestra piedra fundacional o nuestro orquestador en nuestros sistemas de automatización de pruebas. Vamos a ver algunos ejemplos, si tenemos tiempo, para ver cómo se implementa realmente dentro bueno, obviamente dentro de sistemas de CI/CD en entornos empresariales y obviamente cómo no terminar la charla con los desafíos que esto conlleva. Así que, bueno, es una charla de carácter bastante técnico. Voy a tratar de abordarla a un nivel que podamos entender todos. Y obviamente estamos abiertos a las preguntas que puedan surgir, ¿sí? A ver, como para avanzar, por más que las tecnologías sigan ayudándonos, siempre tenemos un grado de complejidad dentro de lo que es desarrollo y calidad en particular, que tiene que ver con que nosotros contamos, sí, es cierto, con herramientas cada vez más poderosas, con herramientas cada vez autónomas, con diferentes modelos de inteligencia artificial, usen el que usen, el que más les guste, pero también paralelamente a eso, la complejidad de las herramientas que nosotros estamos desarrollando, o mejor dicho, sí, bueno, la complejidad de los sistemas que nosotros desarrollamos, también va en aumento. ¿Se entiende? No es que los sistemas que estamos testeando quedaron estáticos y nosotros cada vez contamos con herramientas más poderosas para testear esos sistemas. Al contrario, digamos, los sistemas se vuelven cada vez más complejos. Entonces, modelos de inteligencia artificial son el estándar básico e indiscutible como para poder tener una estrategia de testing acorde a esa complejidad que van adquiriendo los sistemas. Pero se da el caso que los modelos por sí solos no nos van a dar toda la solución completa end-to-end para poder testear estos sistemas cada vez más complejos. Incluso, no es, digamos, arriesgado decir que estamos usando inteligencia artificial para testear aplicaciones que implementan inteligencia artificial. Entonces, fíjense digamos, el abanico de posibilidades que se abre en torno a esto. Entonces, la complejidad del testing sigue intacta, diría. ¿Nos solucionó muchas cosas? Sí, pero nos solucionó cosas que ya de alguna manera quedaron obsoletas. No sé si se entiende el concepto, pero la idea es utilizar estas tecnologías para probar herramientas cada vez más complejas. Por suerte, todo lo que conocemos como inteligencia artificial, en años anteriores ya hemos dado charlas acerca de la diferencia entre lo que es inteligencia artificial, machine learning, deep learning, LLMs, etcétera. Estos LLMs se transformaron, como les dije, en estándar para todo el ciclo de desarrollo. Pero tal vez la mayor novedad o la tecnología más disruptiva que está ocurriendo en este tiempo es precisamente la interconexión de diferentes modelos de inteligencia artificial. Siempre que nosotros hablamos de interconexión de diferentes tecnologías, tenemos que hablar de un estándar, porque si hablamos diferentes lenguajes, no, obviamente las tecnologías no se van a ver, no se van a hablar. Pasa, digamos, a partir, porque por eso se desarrolla un protocolo o una comunicación a través de API REST, porque eso estandariza de alguna manera, entre otras cosas, la comunicación entre interfaces. Y con los LLMs pasa exactamente lo mismo. Nosotros tenemos la posibilidad de no solamente interconectar diferentes LLMs, sino también de interconectar herramientas con los LLMs. Y esto se logra a través de lo que es el MCP, el Model Context Protocol, ¿sí? Ahora vamos a ver cómo nosotros podemos hacer un testing o una estrategia de testing mucho más poderosa que simplemente introducir inteligencia artificial en todas sus variantes, ¿no? Cómo podemos armar verdaderos sistemas agénticos complejos que además utilicen herramientas. Y tal vez una cuestión que nos podemos preguntar es cómo podemos hacer un testing totalmente scriptless, para llamarlo de alguna manera, y cómo nosotros podemos decirle al modelo, a la inteligencia artificial, simplemente lo que queremos hacer, ¿sí? Cómo podemos describir lo que queremos probar para que el modelo, a través de diferentes herramientas que va a tener acceso a través del protocolo MCP, pueda llevar a cabo esas pruebas. Así que se trata un poco de eso la charla. Bien, vamos a la primera parte que tiene que ver con, bueno, con los LLMs como orquestadores inteligentes del testing. Vamos a repasar un poco de teoría. Perdón, me quedó el gráfico muy condensado, igual lo vamos a describir. ¿Cómo hacemos este paso de los LLMs, de los modelos de inteligencia artificial, de los modelos conversacionales de inteligencia artificial, hasta lo que es un sistema agéntico que nos va a resolver un sistema de pruebas end-to-end? La unidad, digamos, más básica de lo que puede llegar a ser un LLM es un chatbot, ¿sí? Un chatbot que interactúa con los usuarios, responde consultas, procesa, genera texto, lo podemos utilizar para traducir, para resumir, pero lo hace todo dentro del conocimiento que ya de por sí posee, ¿sí? No tiene acceso a herramientas, no puede tomar decisiones. Es simplemente una interacción a un nivel súper básico con los usuarios para llevar a cabo tareas concretas, ¿sí? Sería el LLM, lo que es, por ejemplo, en sus comienzos, lo que fue ChatGPT o cualquier otro modelo, o más aún, más atrás en el tiempo, lo que son los chatbots en sí. Después pasamos a una implementación más compleja de estos modelos que podemos hablar de agentes, ¿sí? Ya estamos hablando de un agente. El agente tiene una capacidad de interactuar con los usuarios un poco más elevada. Puede planificar tareas, puede tomar decisiones, puede ejecutar siempre acciones, pero siempre está limitado a su código, siempre está limitado al conocimiento que posee dentro de su propia lógica de programación, ¿sí? Si bien tiene una cierta autonomía un poco más elevada que un LLM, todas las decisiones que puede tomar, entre comillas, están circunscriptas al ámbito de para lo que fue programado, no sale de ahí. Y acá es donde se empieza a poner un poco más interesante, que es lo que nos va a servir para la charla, para lo que les quiero mencionar, que son los agentes con acceso a herramientas, ¿sí? Imagínense, ahora igual vamos a dar un ejemplo un poco más detallado, pero los agentes hoy son capaces de, por ejemplo, hacer búsquedas en Internet, acceder a determinadas APIs externas, bueno, controlar dispositivos, etcétera, etcétera. Esto lo hacen porque tienen la capacidad de interactuar a través de un MCP server con diferentes herramientas que los agentes tienen a disposición para llevar a cabo una tarea. Entonces, fíjense cómo esto ya empieza a cobrar sentido en el momento en el cual las herramientas que nosotros disponibilizamos a los agentes están relacionadas con el desarrollo o están relacionadas con testing. Imagínense que yo le pueda decir a un agente, bueno, si vos tenés que ejecutar pruebas automatizadas, acá tenés un framework que se llama Playwright, que tiene, digamos, estos métodos, que tiene estas clases, que se programa de esta manera. Acá tenés las funciones ya disponibles, utilizalas en la medida que el usuario quiera llevar a cabo alguna acción. Entonces, fíjense cómo los agentes integrados con las herramientas nos dan un ámbito de implementación mucho más útil y mucho más poderoso que un mero LLM o que una mera inteligencia artificial cuyo scope no sale de la propia lógica por la que fue programado. Entonces, acá es donde las cosas se empiezan a poner un poco más interesantes, bastante más interesantes. Y acá hay algunos de los ejemplos, ¿no? Los agentes pueden interactuar obviamente, con la Internet, con base de datos, con diferentes tipos de APIs externas, etc. Y finalmente, ya con un grado de complejidad mayor, es la interacción entre diferentes agentes que tienen acceso a herramientas por medio de un sistema agéntico. Un sistema agéntico es la concatenación de diferentes agentes que tienen acceso a diferentes tools y que llevan a cabo tareas de manera paralela o secuencial dentro de un determinado ámbito. Por ejemplo, podemos tener un sistema agéntico que se ocupa del ciclo de desarrollo de comienzo a fin, que puede analizar requerimientos funcionales para crear user stories. Una vez que tenemos esas user stories, podemos pasárselo a un agente especializado en crear casos de prueba automatizados para esas user stories. Después ese mismo agente puede deployar el framework de automatización en base al código que generó o pasárselo a otro agente especialista con acceso a información particular. Fíjense cómo ya de tener un solo agente que tiene diferentes herramientas, tenemos diferentes agentes especializados en un ámbito de conocimiento puntual. Entonces acá es donde realmente se puede sacar provecho de la inteligencia artificial, de los sistemas agénticos y de todas las herramientas que nosotros contamos para exponer a los modelos de inteligencia artificial, ¿sí? Bueno, sigamos. El objetivo de esta introducción es después mostrar ejemplos puntuales de cómo se implementan estas soluciones. Este diagrama pretende mostrar cómo el LLM o el modelo, perdón, sí, el modelo de lenguaje interactúa con diferentes herramientas a través del protocolo estándar de comunicación que es NCP. El agente, de esta manera, puede interpretar las intenciones del usuario a través de, uno habla de interfaz conversacional, pero en realidad no necesariamente tiene que ser un chat. Cuando nosotros pensamos en un modelo, no solamente tiene que ser un chat, puede ser un webhook o puede ser una API o puede ser cualquier otro tipo de trigger que dispare la acción del modelo. Pero eso después lo dejo para que lo investiguen. Pero fíjense cómo el LLM, a través de un protocolo, de una implementación de un servidor MCP, puede acceder a N cantidad de herramientas externas. Como mencionamos acá, lo que provee el MCP es una abstracción de diferentes tipos de herramientas para que puedan interactuar con el modelo y que las utilice cuando considere que las tiene que utilizar. Obviamente hay cuestiones relacionadas a seguridad, temas de interacción entre plataformas, estandarización, etc. Obviamente que cuando nosotros le damos a un NCP la posibilidad de interactuar con herramientas externas como ingenieros de calidad o ingenieros de software en calidad, tenemos que ser conscientes de un montón de temas relacionados a la seguridad y a confiar en las herramientas a las cuales le estamos dando acceso al NCP. ¿Sí? No es más que eso. A ver, eso es un protocolo estándar de comunicación entre agentes y herramientas. Voy a ir con un ejemplo puntual para que le prometo que voy a ir rápido porque se ve bastante agobiante la UI, pero para que se entienda exactamente qué es el protocolo MCP y cómo se puede completar una tarea dándole acceso a los modelos a diferentes herramientas. No es un ejemplo relacionado con calidad, pero ilustra cómo funciona un MCP. Supongamos que yo como usuario tengo una interfaz de un chatbot que tiene un modelo de LLM y un MCP y herramientas, y yo simplemente le digo, a ver, no sé, quiero comprar un pasaje a Madrid para un día soleado la próxima semana. Un LLM por sí mismo, con toda su lógica interna, no me va a poder completar esta tarea, no va a tener la capacidad. Entonces acá es donde empieza el LLM a decir, ok, voy a interpretar qué es lo que el usuario necesita. El usuario, o mejor dicho, para cumplir con lo que el usuario me está pidiendo, necesito dos cosas, o mejor dicho, tres cosas. El pronóstico del tiempo, la disponibilidad de los vuelos y acceder a un sistema de reservas. Eso lo dice el LLM en base al input que recibió por parte del usuario. Entonces el cliente envía ese análisis, esa petición, por ejemplo, al MCP server del pronóstico del tiempo. Entonces el pronóstico del tiempo le devuelve al MCP client, le dice el pronóstico para los próximos 7 días. El MCP, perdón, el LM recibe esa respuesta de una API externa, porque obviamente ningún modelo fue entrenado de por sí para saber digamos, el pronóstico del tiempo, es imposible. Por ahí hay anteriores sí, pero no futuros. Entonces, el LM identifica en base a la respuesta del MCP que, bueno, martes y jueves van a ser días soleados. El MCP client, ya con esa información, dice, ok, ya voy a circunscribir mi búsqueda de vuelos, voy a conectar a las APIs de las aerolíneas y le voy a pedir vuelos específicamente para esas fechas que aparentemente van a ser días soleados. De vuelta, el MCP server devuelve la respuesta y dice, ok, acá están todos los vuelos disponibles para el martes y para el jueves. Ahora, de vuelta, el LLM procesa toda esa información y dice, ok, le voy a presentar al usuario opciones disponibles, las opciones disponibles que tengo. Tengo 3 vuelos el martes, 2 vuelos el jueves. El usuario le responde, le dice, ok, me parece el vuelo del martes está bien. Y el LLM sabe que tiene que volver a utilizar la última herramienta que tiene disponible, que es el sistema de reserva de vuelos, acceder al sistema de booking. Entonces, el MCP Server, a través de la herramienta, o mejor dicho, a través de la API del sistema de booking, sabe que tiene que, bueno, reservar ese vuelo. Y el MCP Client, bueno, le envía la petición al server de booking y dice, ok, tu vuelo a Madrid está confirmado para el martes a las 10 a.m., será un día soleado, etc. Entonces, fíjense cómo la utilidad de un modelo del LLM aumenta exponencialmente cuando nosotros le damos acceso a diferentes herramientas. O sea, ya no es un sistema cerrado, ya no es pedirle que ejecute casos de prueba. O sí, pero de manera mucho más conversacional y con la posibilidad y dándole al modelo la posibilidad de que elija todo un conjunto de herramientas que tiene a su disposición para ejecutar una tarea. Ese es ni más ni menos el propósito del Model Context Protocol. Nuevamente, darle al modelo la posibilidad de acceder a herramientas externas para cumplir una determinada petición de un usuario. ¿Sí? Ahora bien, más allá del ejemplo, digamos, que no tiene mucho que ver con testing de cómo funciona un MCP server, eh, la idea, estoy viendo cómo estamos de tiempo. La idea es mostrarles ahora sí una implementación unificada de un MCP server como orquestador de un flujo de automatización. ¿Sí? Entonces, resumiendo un poco lo que vimos hasta este momento, nosotros tenemos un protocolo MCP, que como vimos anteriormente es un protocolo estándar para comunicar modelos y herramientas, ¿sí? Utiliza protocolos estándares. Acá, por lo que estuve investigando, fue desarrollado por Anthropic. Quiero creer que es real, creo que sí, creo que fue desarrollado por Anthropic, que es una empresa que hoy la verdad tiene unos modelos que a mí me ayudan un montón, me sirven un montón. Por ejemplo, los cloud, que la verdad que para aquellos que utilizan modelos para coding, lo recomiendo muchísimo. Entiendo que fue diseñado por Anthropic, confirmémoslo. Por otro lado, tenemos los LLMs dentro del área de testing, que lo que pueden hacer entonces es interpretar las intenciones del usuario, del ingeniero de calidad, los requisitos de testing y llevar a cabo un mapeo inteligente del pedido que nosotros le estamos haciendo al modelo para que después puedan ejecutar determinadas acciones. Y por otro lado, podríamos llegar a tener un framework de automatización basado en, por ejemplo, yo puse Playwright, pero podría ser cualquier framework de automatización, ¿no? Eh, la diferencia es que nosotros no vamos a estar desarrollando línea por línea el código para automatizar la página web A o la aplicación B o el servidor C. Nosotros lo que sí tenemos que poner a disposición del LLM a través del MCP tal vez sean funciones reutilizables, ¿sí? Hay una diferencia conceptual muy grande entre desarrollar todos los scripts de automatización que me van a servir pura y exclusivamente para el testing de esta aplicación y desarrollar funciones reutilizables que van a ser expuestas a través de herramientas, por ejemplo, no sé, una función que se ocupe del login, pero que se ocupe de un login en cualquier tipo de página, que se ocupe de un login en Amazon, que se ocupe de un login en eBay y que se ocupe del login en Gmail, en donde quiera. Entonces, el modelo va a ser el que va a identificar, por ejemplo, que tiene que llevar a cabo un login como parte de un plan de pruebas, va a llamar a esa tool, va a llamar a otra tool que tal vez haga un web scraping y se fije cuáles son los IDs, los identificadores de esos campos puntualmente y complete toda la acción. Pero fíjense, como ya estamos hablando de herramientas o tools distintas, o mejor dicho, encapsuladas, llamémosle, aisladas y no de un framework de automatización que exclusivamente sirve para una aplicación puntual. Bien, entonces, vayamos a una implementación, práctica. Supónganse que yo tengo un nuevo commit en un repositorio, ¿sí? Quiero darle sobre la marcha un tono distinto porque ya hablamos de una intención basada en lenguaje natural, pero supónganse que el disparador no es una intención de un usuario que escribe lo que quiere hacer, sino que tengo un webhook que está escuchando en un repositorio y que dice, hubo un nuevo commit, se modificaron estas funciones particularmente. Entonces, por ejemplo, se modificó el login. Tengo, digamos, un modelo que identifica que en un determinado repositorio se modificó una función relacionada con el login. Yo puedo hacer esta petición al modelo y decirle, ok, vamos a gestionar cuáles son los procesos que se desprenden de esto. Le puedo decir al modelo, ok, en base a los cambios que hubo en un repositorio, necesito que testes el login. El modelo de inteligencia artificial va a identificar cuáles son las tools que yo tengo ya predefinidas para testear ese login, va a acceder a las tools de navegación, va a saber que tiene que completar un formulario, va a saber que tiene que hacer validación de los elementos dinámicos en el DOM para poder completarlos. Y va a ser el MCP Server el que se va a encargar de ejecutar esa herramienta y le va a pasar las instrucciones. En este caso yo puse Playwright porque me gusta, pero a cualquier framework de automatización para que, bueno, para que ejecute las tareas de abrir el navegador en diferentes tipos de modos, navegar hasta la página de login, completar el email, password, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Es un ejemplo, digamos, llevado a lo que es el ciclo de desarrollo de cómo se puede replicar este concepto de LLMs más MCP servers más herramientas como para tener un testing bastante más agnóstico de la plataforma, reutilizable, mantenible y como parte, digamos, de un flujo agéntico desatendido, ¿sí? Y esto es un poco lo que nosotros veríamos al momento de llevar a cabo esa ejecución. En este caso, volvemos al ejemplo, ¿no? Tenemos un input de un usuario que puede ser, bueno, a través de un curl, a donde está, digamos, el MCP server escuchando. Y le puedo decir en lenguaje natural tranquilamente, búscame laptops en Amazon, testea el formulario de login, accede al pronóstico del tiempo en Londres, no sé, accede a un sistema de booking de vuelos y reservame un vuelo para tal fecha, tal hora. Ese es el input, fíjense cómo es mero lenguaje natural. Acá es nuevamente, el LLM interpreta la intención del usuario y dice, ok, para esta intención del usuario, yo interpreté que tengo que ejecutar una tool llamada Search Amazon y que los parámetros que le tengo que pasar es simplemente que en la query, cuando yo haga la búsqueda, incluya laptops. Eso es todo. En este caso, el LLM interpreta la acción del usuario, identifica la tool que tiene que ejecutar. Acá se lleva a cabo la ejecución de la tool propiamente dicha a través de un MCP server, ejecuta el test, en este caso de Playwright, se inicializa el browser y finalmente se obtienen las respuestas en tiempo real. ¿Sí? Es el MCP server a través de las tools que tenga configurado. Dice, ok, listo, llevé a cabo la búsqueda perdón, es un test muy sencillo, pero sirve como ejemplo. Llevé a cabo la búsqueda, encontré X cantidad de resultados, el tiempo me llevó tanto. Entonces nosotros como testers ya podemos validar, por ejemplo, que la funcionalidad de búsqueda está funcionando ok. Y simplemente a través de un comando conversacional o de un trigger que se generó a través de un commit en un repositorio. ¿Sí? Entonces, acá bajamos a un ejemplo puntual y real, no irreal, y real, esta interacción entre las diferentes herramientas. Entonces, finalmente, porque no sé cómo estamos de tiempo, me hubiese gustado por ahí tener un poquito más, pero creo que estamos bien. Eh, y como para retomar un poco lo que vimos en charlas anteriores, eh, la cuestión de la inteligencia artificial por sí misma puede hacer muchas cosas, puede hacer un montón de cosas. Lo que no va a reemplazar es precisamente toda la ingeniería de software y toda la ingeniería de calidad que requiere una implementación correcta a través de orquestadores y de herramientas disponibles para que el LLM deje de ser simplemente un chatbot que nos da receta de cocina o que nos analiza un código y nos dice si está bien o si está mal, para ser un sistema inteligente que actúe como orquestador dentro de un ecosistema mucho más complejo. Entonces, bueno, la charla, de vuelta, si bien fue rápida, espero que les resuelva, o mejor dicho, no que les resuelva, no creo que les resuelva, pero sí que les abra un poco la curiosidad de empezar a investigar cómo podemos tener una implementación de una estrategia de calidad que vaya mucho más allá de la mera interacción con un modelo de lenguaje, ¿sí? Que pueda acceder a tools, que podamos orquestar flujos mucho más complejos, ¿no? Teniendo de vuelta al protocolo MCP como protocolo estándar de comunicación, a los modelos de lenguaje como orquestadores que interpretan la intención del usuario, que interpretan algún trigger, algún disparador que se ocurrió en algún repositorio o que se actualizó un ticket de Jira o lo que fuera, como disparador de ejecutar esa acción predefinida. Y a través de esto, bueno, armar toda una arquitectura en donde los modelos cuenten con diferentes herramientas que tengan a su disposición. Así que bueno, espero que de vuelta, que les haya resultado interesante esta charla. MCP es un protocolo que ya es estándar, que se utiliza prácticamente en todos los aspectos en los cuales hay que conectar herramientas con los LLMs. Espero que en futuras charlas podamos tener ya más ejemplos concretos funcionando de esto. Créanme que los tengo, pero bueno, por una cuestión de tiempo, pero es bastante sencillo de implementar si se entiende cómo funcionan estas herramientas. Así que de vuelta, les agradezco mucho su tiempo. Para aquellos que por ahí nos conocemos de charlas anteriores, muchas gracias por sumarse nuevamente y seguramente no nos faltarán más charlas en el futuro porque, como ustedes saben, esto crece todos los días, uno se levanta y encuentra un modelo nuevo, una tool nueva, así que es cuestión de seguir investigando como para tener estrategias de testing mucho más robustas. Así que muchas gracias a todos y entiendo que hay una sesión de preguntas y respuestas, me imagino que tendría que haber, ¿no? A ver, voy a dejar de... ¿Me escuchan? ¿Sí, no? Ahí va, ahí va. A ver, vamos a ver. Chats. Bien. Hay bastantes. Ok, bien. Voy a dejar de sharear. Acá estamos. Bueno, a ver, vamos a ver preguntas. ¿Qué relevancia? Bueno, esa es la anterior. Que sea orientada a pruebas. ¿Qué es la seguridad del código? Esto, a ver, no hay nada en estos momentos implementados. Sí, sí, a ver, es un... es un protocolo estándar, digamos. Nosotros cuando desarrollamos nuestras estrategias de calidad lo hacemos en base a la utilización de estas herramientas, por supuesto que forman parte de las estrategias de testing. Es un LLM que usa herramientas de automatización. El QA debe tener conocimiento avanzado en cada herramienta. Y a ver, a ver, es una muy buena pregunta. La idea es que, como les comentaba anteriormente, que nosotros podamos tener funciones abstraídas y reutilizables, ¿sí? Vos podés tener un nivel de conocimiento que te permita desarrollar esas tools o que puedas orquestar los flujos agénticos o que puedas de alguna manera saber a qué herramienta llamar al momento en el que quieras llevar a cabo una prueba. Obviamente que al final del día el conocimiento de cómo programar esas tools obviamente es necesario y eso también refuerza un poco la idea de lo que hablábamos en charlas anteriores, que es que siempre va a ser una colaboración entre los modelos de Machine Learning y nosotros que vamos a estar programando. Pero lo que se logra mediante esto es tener una capa de abstracción en donde tengamos gente que tal vez sea el fuerte programar estas herramientas y por otro lado todo lo que tiene que ver con las ejecuciones se lleva a cabo de una manera programática mucho más autónoma, ¿sí? Vimos un equipo de framework. Leonardo, ¿cómo se integraría el sistema agéntico en una corporación donde varios equipos trabajan con el mismo framework de automatización? Todos pueden hacer uso del mismo. ¿Cómo se crea? Bien. A ver, nosotros lo que dentro de una organización, nosotros obviamente vamos a tener diferentes tipos de aplicaciones, diferentes tipos de testing, diferentes tipos de pruebas. Vamos a tener tal vez agentes especializados en pruebas funcionales, agentes especializados en pruebas por ahí de frontend, de backend, de performance. Entonces, la orquestación de estos flujos agénticos, como les mostraba antes, nosotros tenemos los LLMs, los agentes y los flujos agénticos. Los flujos agénticos van a ser precisamente la concatenación de las diferentes acciones que diferentes áreas dentro de un proyecto, dentro de una corporación, tienen que llevar a cabo para tener una aplicación desarrollada end-to-end, ¿sí? Tanto desde el momento en el cual se empieza a gestionar, o mejor dicho, a pensar esa aplicación hasta el momento en el cual se deploya a producción. Y eso es un poco lo que les mencionaba antes, contar con agentes especializados dentro de una organización, mantenido por equipos especializados y que confluyan en un flujo agéntico, ese, digamos, ni siquiera es el futuro, digamos, es la actualidad, digamos, es el presente dentro de cualquier organización que tenga procesos sólidos implementados. ¿Sí? ¿Qué nivel de madurez tiene hoy MCP para usarse en entornos productivos de QA? ¿Qué pasa si la versión de Playbook cambia? Bien, a ver, MCP es un protocolo, digamos, es un protocolo que nosotros, de alguna manera, si bien existen MCP servers que uno se puede descargar y los puede tener funcionando up and running en su entorno, también se pueden diseñar, se pueden codear, se pueden armar de manera específica para cubrir una necesidad puntual que nosotros tengamos. Es un protocolo que hoy existe, que se posiciona, que va a ser un protocolo estándar. El grado de madurez lo va a ir definiendo el tiempo, pero no se olviden de que hay cuestiones relacionadas a seguridad. Bueno, obviamente los modelos, cuestiones relacionadas a privacidad, pero MCP pone sobre la mesa otra discusión que tiene que ver también con seguridad. O sea, porque son herramientas y las herramientas pueden hacer muchas cosas. Entonces, al momento de implementar herramientas a través de un protocolo MCP, siempre se tiene que tener en cuenta estas cuestiones relacionadas a seguridad. Así que con eso creo que estamos. Les agradezco mucho a todos que hayan participado de esta charla. Y bueno, si tienen alguna duda, pregunta, como siempre me encuentran en LinkedIn principalmente. Si tienen alguna pregunta, lo podemos ir por ahí. Muchas gracias a todos.
Adaptar la inteligencia artificial, o más bien preparar al personal para entender que la inteligencia artificial no viene al trabajo para quitártelo, sino para ayudarte.
Actualmente estamos trabajando en un equipo de testing compuesto por alrededor de unas 40 personas, las cuales trabajan testeando tanto el software como el hardware de unos lentes que se encuentran en la intersección de lo que es la realidad aumentada con la realidad.
La accesibilidad hace referencia a que personas con diferentes afecciones puedan utilizar de una manera eficiente cualquier tipo de aplicación.
Con la inteligencia artificial podemos generar datos a mayor volumen
y así obviamente ir probando aquellas funcionalidades que son más puntuales y son más relevantes en nuestra aplicación.
Smart decision making of a cognitive framework helps to proceed the automation execution without the human interruption.
Bien, bueno, muchas gracias, Leo. Siempre la verdad que es muy interesante las cosas que nos trae este tipo de eventos y de charlas. Está muy bueno ver cómo empezamos a unir y atar todas estas herramientas, agentes, tecnologías, protocolos y demás para ir construyendo justamente, ¿no?, nuestro propio flujo agéntico que acompaña a nuestro ciclo de vida. Pero bueno, bien, ahora metiéndonos en lo que es nuestra próxima charla, voy a dejar una preguntita como para que empecemos a pimponear un poco con la gente que está del otro lado y el chat de YouTube. Y tiene que ver con performance testing, ¿no? ¿Qué pasaría si en lugar de seguir teniendo lo que es las pruebas de performance como una etapa, como un momento específico, lo trasladamos a tareas más cotidianas, ¿no? A tareas que tal vez incluso las puede tomar cada desarrollador en su proceso de desarrollo. Así que bueno, pimponeamos un poco en el chat a ver qué respuestas surgen.
Dale, los vamos a estar leyendo. Así que bueno, en la próxima y última sesión del evento, la próxima evolución del performance, código, carga e inteligencia artificial, vamos a ver cómo evoluciona o cómo se puede combinar, ¿no?, justamente el código con inteligencia artificial, con estrategias de carga, impulsadas o intentando identificar cuáles son esas herramientas más adecuadas para poder hacer este tipo de tareas, y cómo poder acompañar a empoderar a los equipos de rendimiento dentro del flujo de trabajo desde el principio, ¿sí?, justamente alineado a las charlas que veníamos viendo de integrar al testing, integrar a los perfiles de calidad en las etapas más tempranas, no que sea al final o solo una, ¿sí? Para esta charla vamos a darle la bienvenida a José Wenceslao Castillo Mendoza. Él es ingeniero de software Nomad con más de 10 años de experiencia optimizando aplicaciones en diversas industrias. Apasionado del código abierto, es un orador activo, colaborador y defensor de las comunidades de GNU Linux y software libre en toda Latinoamérica. Así que bueno, José, te damos la bienvenida. Todo tuyo.
Hola, bienvenidos. Disculpen la tardanza, es la cosa de estar en vivo. Y bueno, comencemos con la charla. Soy Wenceslao Castillo, me pueden decir Wen, Performance Engineer en Global. Y vamos para adelante, pues. Hoy les voy a hablar de la nueva frontera de rendimiento, código, carga e AI. Y, y es más un cúmulo de experiencia de lo que hemos hecho, de dónde venimos, dónde estamos y a dónde vamos. En estos 3 segundos que acabo de quedarme callado, se perdieron $83.000. Esto ocurrió en el Prime Day de Amazon en 2018. Si nos aguantamos una hora, que fue lo que duró aproximadamente la caída, veríamos que Amazon perdió $100 millones. O sea, saquen la cuenta, $100 millones en una hora. La idea de esta charla es que posiblemente sean unos 20 minutos, 25 minutos, es asegurarnos de que esto nunca nos pase. Pero antes necesito que hagan algo por mí. Quiero que cierren los ojos un segundo. Imaginemos que estamos en nuestra casa, 11 p.m., cansados, y solo queremos ver un episodio más de esa serie que nos gusta en Netflix y la ruedita no para de girar. ¿Cuántos de ustedes han maldecido en voz alta a una aplicación? Ahí en el chat, pongan yo. Wow. Cada uno de esos yo es una historia de frustración. Y aquí está la parte loca del asunto. Detrás de cada una de esas apps que usamos, hay un equipo que pensó que rendimiento no era su problema. Comencemos con el acto 1. La era del guardián solitario, que es el villano de la historia. Por allá en el 2010 alguna vez escuché que el rendimiento es problema del equipo de performance. Este personaje que está allí, femenino parece, vamos a llamarle María, es la guardiana de rendimiento. Son las 11:59 p.m. y María acaba de recibir el código de 6 meses de desarrollo. Tiene una hora para validar si funcionará con 10.000 usuarios concurrentes. ¿Qué piensan ustedes que pasó? Le voy a contar el spoiler. No funcionó, la app colapsó, los usuarios se fueron a la competencia y María renunció. Si a alguno le ha pasado, levanten la mano, digan yo, o vivió o vio esta historia de terror. ¿Y qué pasa con este modelo? Lo malo de este modelo es que es ineficiente, es tóxico, crea silos, el equipo de performance, el de desarrollo, el de DevOps, como le quieran llamar. Quema a todo el mundo. Y lo peor de todo es que normaliza el fracaso. Allá en el 2012, Amazon publicó un estudio que cambió la industria. Ellos demostraron que por cada 100 milisegundos de latencia, esto les costaba 1% de las ventas. Y esta cifra sigue siendo relevante hoy en día. Pero eso no terminó allí. Luego, Deloitte, el 2020, actualizó y amplificó este mensaje con su estudio milisegundos que valen millones. Y ellos descubrieron que una mejora solo de 100 milisegundos en el tiempo de carga móvil, ya estamos más cerca, usamos aplicaciones móviles, puede resultar en un asombroso aumento de un 8.4% en la tasa de conversión. O sea, ya no es solo evitar pérdidas, es generar ganancias directas. Con esto podríamos hacer una matemática rápida. Si la empresa, la cuenta que trabajamos, factura 10 millones al año, un segundo lento es igual a $100.000 perdidos. Pero si aplicamos lo que sale en el estudio de Deloitte, una mejora solo del 0.1 podría significar varios cientos de miles de dólares en ingresos. Es decir, un segundo lento es una fortuna perdida, un segundo ganado es una fortuna generada. A esto se le suma las expectativas de los usuarios, que son implacables. Akamai y Google nos muestran consistentemente que el 40% de los usuarios abandonará el sitio si tarda más de 3 segundos. Esto es conocido por muchos. Pero esta herida es más profunda, porque de ese 40%, el 79% de estos clientes frustrados por una mala experiencia nunca volverán a ese sitio. Es decir, ya no perdemos ventas, perdemos clientes y muchas veces es para siempre. Y aquí viene algo hermoso. Una prueba tangible de ROI. Walmart, haciendo unos experimentos, mejoró su tiempo de carga en 2.2 segundos. Y esto se tradujo en un 15% más de conversión. Es decir, ya esto no es teoría, son resultados de negocios reales y medibles. El rendimiento deja de ser un costo, ya no es una característica técnica, es una inversión estratégica con retorno medible y exponencial. Y esto lo vemos con un estudio que hizo Portnet en 2019, que por cada segundo que mejoramos la velocidad, puede llegar a aumentar un 2.11% las conversiones. Es decir, esto se convierte como el interés compuesto para el ahorro, se convierte en como el efecto compuesto en el rendimiento. Y entonces esto me deja la pregunta es, ¿estamos optimizando para el rendimiento o estamos dejando el dinero sobre la mesa y frustrando a nuestros clientes? Esta ecuación de apocalipsis digital nos deja claro algo, que la velocidad es la nueva moneda de la economía digital y no es negociable. Bueno, aquí puedo poner un paréntesis aparte de que estamos cambiando el loading por syncing, pero viene siendo importante igual. Vámonos al acto 2. La revolución silenciosa, la transformación y el nacimiento de una cultura. Y dejo una cita allí. El mejor momento para encontrar un problema de performance es antes de escribir el código. ¿Cómo hacía antes? Tengo 10 años como Performance Engineer y he pasado por todas las etapas. Performance Testing a Performance Engineer. Y era así, tal cual como sale allí en la baticueva. Encerrado, solo, de noche, oscuro, haciendo pruebas, justo cuando vamos a salir a producción. Si falla algo, eres el responsable. Si pasa bien, sigue siendo tú el responsable. Si falla en producción, sigue siendo responsable. ¿Cómo es ahora? ¿O cómo es la cultura que estamos intentando implementar ahora? Es el performance desde el inicio. El equipo de desarrollo toma las consideraciones, participa en los cambios en equipo. El equipo de QA valida y luego sale a producción. Pero ¿saben cuál es el cambio más radical de todo esto? No fueron herramientas, no fueron tecnologías, fue, que lo vemos allí, fue una sola pregunta. ¿Y si el rendimiento fuese responsabilidad de todos desde el día uno? O sea, pensémoslo un momento. Estamos construyendo un auto, ¿dejamos los frenos para revisarlos justo al final o desde el principio? Así es como estamos construyendo software. Pero para esto necesitamos herramientas. Y aquí vamos a entrar en el asunto. La primera herramienta, rendimiento como código, performance as a code. Fíjense eso allí del lado izquierdo de la pantalla. Si lo ven, a algunos les parecerá conocido, parece JavaScript normal, ¿verdad? Y es porque es JavaScript. No es una herramienta muy compleja que hay que hacer un curso, ir a la universidad, certificarse, actualizarse todos los años. No, es JavaScript puro y duro. Ese script que están viendo allí simula 100 usuarios navegando por tu app. Define umbrales, en la parte que dice threshold, donde dice que si el 95% de los requests, donde si falla, superando esos milisegundos que están ahí, él indica que falló el test. Y lo más poderoso de ese script que están viendo allí es que vive en Git, tiene versiones, tiene historia, tiene review. Es código de primera clase, simple y sencillo. Entonces yo le preguntaría, ¿cuántos de ustedes usan Git? Si ya saben usar Git, ya puedes hacer una prueba de testing, un personal testing sencillo. No necesitas más nada, no hay excusas. Y la ventaja de todo esto es que los resultados los puedes tener en múltiples lugares, tanto en el terminal, como un reporte HTML, como en un dashboard de Grafana, en donde tú lo quieras. Mensajes de Slack, de Telegram. La segunda herramienta, Continuous Performance. ¿Recuerdan que hablamos de María, nuestra guardiana solitaria? Bueno, ella ya hoy en día no existe. Ahora tenemos un guardián robot que nunca duerme, nunca se cansa y revisa cada cambio. Ese pipeline que está viendo ahí es real, es de GitLab. Y cada vez que hace alguien un MR, automáticamente ejecuta las pruebas de performance. Y por ahí van a salir preguntas, pero ¿en qué ambiente estás probando y todo eso? ¿No es lo mismo? ¿No es homólogo? Se las respondo después. La ventaja de esto es que si introducimos una regresión de rendimiento, el pipeline nos lo va a decir en minutos y no en meses cuando ya la aplicación esté en producción y venga el equipo de performance, el gurú de performance a hacer las pruebas. Acá en Globan, entonces, no sé si esto lo puedo decir, en Globan hemos visto reducir problemas de performance hasta un 70% solo implementando pequeñas gateways o pequeños rejas de performance en los diferentes ambientes donde se está desplegando la aplicación. La tercera herramienta, observabilidad profunda. Y aquí un mensaje bien claro. No puedes optimizar lo que no se puede medir. No podemos hacer ejercicios sin medir nuestro peso y nuestro sistema. Lo que no se mide no se mejora. Y para eso le pongo un ejemplo. Imaginemos ser médicos y que solo podamos tomar el pulso del paciente. No tenemos rayos X, no tenemos análisis de sangre y todo eso. Así opera el mundo hoy en día. Todavía opera así. Con un montón de herramientas que existen, todavía operamos así. Implementando observabilidad es como tener esa visión de rayos X de la aplicación. Ver el request, cuánto tardó, seguirlo, ver cómo fueron las llamadas de N cantidad de microservicios hasta llegar a la base de datos e identificar un problema en segundos y no en días. Herramientas, muchísimas. Herramientas como Pentelemetry te deja seguir el request desde que hace clic hasta que llega hasta que se devuelve el resultado. Da igual la cantidad de microservicios que atraviesen. ¿Cómo se compone la observabilidad? De pilares. Por internet, si lo buscan, van a conseguir pilares. 3 pilares de la observabilidad. Llámenlo pilares, llámenlo templos. No se queden con el número 3, hay muchos más. Pero los principales son las métricas. Entre todas las métricas te va a decir qué tan rápido va, cuánta carga tiene, cuánto CPU está consumiendo. Los logs, que es el diario que escribe la aplicación, nos va a decir qué pasó. Y las trazas que nos permite hacer este seguimiento, este GPS que lleva la aplicación, nos va a decir dónde se atascó. Llegamos al acto 3. Y esto lo he mencionado en las charlas anteriores. Lo escuché varias veces esto que está acá. De bomberos a arquitecto. El performance testing básicamente antes era un bombero, actuando de forma reactiva y buscando encontrar problemas. Y ya no queremos ser bomberos, queremos ser arquitectos. Diseñar sistemas que sean rápidos, pero por diseño y no por accidente. Performance Engineering significa tomar decisiones arquitectónicas basadas en datos. Y eso lo hacemos mucho en varias cuentas en las que trabajamos. Por ejemplo, recientemente a mí me tocó, para un equipo que estaba desarrollando algo, me preguntaron, Gwen, ¿qué base de datos podemos usar? Estamos en MySQL. ¿Nos vamos a Postgre? ¿Nos vamos a Mongo? Y yo dije, si hacemos un benchmark, probamos Mongo, Postgre, Scala y otras más. Vienen preguntas como síncrono o asíncrono, monolito o microservicio. Cada decisión que tomamos impacta el rendimiento. Sin contar otras herramientas como el modelado y el capacity planning, el continuous profiling, o sea, el continuous profiling es y va a ser revolucionario porque nos muestra funciones exactas del código, de qué código consume más CPU y memoria, en producción y en tiempo real. Imagínense tener un microscopio dentro de la aplicación 24/7. Y la IA. Este es el game changer definitivo. El copilot de Performance 24/7. Ya lo hemos hablado de los que están ahí. Aquí se pone interesante. Esto es la ciencia ficción. Pero más allá de ciencia ficción, es real, porque está pasando ahora. Imaginemos esto. Son las 3 de la mañana. Nuestro sistema detecta un patrón anómalo. La IA no solo lo identifica, sino que diagnostica la causa raíz. Muchas de las herramientas que usamos hoy en día ya hacen eso. Nos predice el impacto si no se corrige, ya lo hacen. Sugiere una solución y si le damos permiso, la implementa. Venimos hablando de ella hace 2 charlas, no vi las de la mañana, pero las últimas dos que vi, le han dicho que cómo estamos usando IA. Particularmente, en mi equipo estamos usando para generar test de carga que replican o intentan replicar el comportamiento exacto de los usuarios reales. Ya no son escenarios inventados. Y, y aquí se me ocurre una pregunta para ustedes, para el chat, para verlas después, es, teniendo estas herramientas, teniendo IA, teniendo todo lo que tenemos actualmente a la mano, ¿qué nos da más miedo? O que la IA encuentre todos nuestros bugs, pongan ahí bugs, o que nos reemplace. Entonces, particularmente para mí, no me preocupo, la IA necesita humanos, por lo menos por ahora, así que tranquilo con eso. Y esto es una abstracción de un caso de sitio real, no es una historia inventada, pero no puedo mencionar nombres. Es un e-commerce que estaba perdiendo millones al mes y implementaron todos los juguetes. Me encantó porque implementaron todos los juguetes, nos dejaron jugar con todo. Eh, Implementamos shift left, performance como código, observabilidad completa. Y, y más que implementar todo esto, el resultado fue impresionante. No fue la mejora técnica, no fue que el equipo se adueñó de lo que construía y lo cuidaba hasta que llegaba a producción y en producción lo sigue cuidando. El cambio fue totalmente cultural. Los desarrolladores ahora compiten por tener los endpoints más rápidos, por consumir menos memoria, menos CPU. Y no es que está un buen detrás de ellos, lo hacen solos. Espero que no se den cuenta que no les hago falta. Ya el performance se volvió un juego, no es una carga. El ROI de esta empresa, el ROI de esta inversión que ellos hicieron fue del 340%. En meses se pagó la inversión que hicieron. Y ahora estamos probando con algunos equipos con inteligencia artificial. Acá le llamamos iPod, para testing y predicción. ¿Y qué buscamos con esto? Es solo un pruebas de concepto. ¿Qué buscamos con esto? Reducir el MTTD, que significa el tiempo medio de detección, de unos 60 minutos y un poquito más a unos 5 minutos. Es decir, que la IA identifique anomalías y degradaciones del servicio casi que de forma instantánea, alerte de los problemas potenciales que pueden impactar al usuario. Y lo otro que estamos buscando con la IA atacar es disminuir el tiempo medio de reparación, que está en un par de horas actualmente, y bajarlo a unos 15 minutos. Y el objetivo es que la IA automatice toda esta causa raíz, que la identifique y ejecute soluciones predefinidas. Es decir, se haga autorremediación, resolviendo la mayoría de los incidentes sin que haya intervención humana. Y ustedes van a decir, wow, pero es que los clientes de Globant son millonarios, tienen plata, pagan Globant. Entonces, no necesitamos un presupuesto millonario para implementar todo lo que estoy diciendo. El 80% de lo que necesitamos es open source y es gratis. Mi stack favorito personal es K6 para testing, Prometheus y Grafana para las métricas, OpenTelemetry para todo el resto. Y todo esto es costo cero. Si tienen presupuesto, los clientes que están trabajando, las empresas que están trabajando, si tienen presupuesto, hay herramientas excelentes, increíbles, Datadog, Dynatrace, entre otras. Pero es mejor empezar con open source, aprender los conceptos y luego escalan. ¿Y qué nos viene para el futuro? aquí yo no estoy adivinando, estoy viendo lo que estamos construyendo. Ya tenemos herramientas que escriben código. Nosotros en este caso, en caso particular, escribimos test basado en, la idea es que se base en la arquitectura. Y luego, para mí, el próximo año vamos a tener sistemas que se autorreparan, que predicen sus propios fallos, que se optimizan solo. Y no es, y esto no es si va a pasar, sino es cuándo. Yo estoy diciendo que el 2026, puede que sea antes. Y va a llegar posiblemente el punto de que los problemas de performance ya sea un término obsoleto, porque los sistemas ya lo hacen, ya se corrigen solo. Entonces, nuestro trabajo no es estar listo para el futuro, es construir el futuro. Y ahí les dejo, em, les dejo estas palabras allí, si las siguen, es que en este camino que estamos viendo, que hemos visto en esta charla, es que pasamos desde el guardián solitario hasta tener este compañero que es una IA, trabajando en conjunto con todo el equipo de desarrollo, DevOps, Cloud, todos involucrados en el tema de performance. Em, Y en esta historia hay un plot twist. El héroe en esta historia no es María, no es la IA, no soy yo, no son las herramientas. El héroe somos todos, o tú que estás viendo esta presentación, cada vez que escribes un código pensando en el usuario, cada vez que ejecutamos un test de rendimiento, cada vez que dices, esto podría ser más rápido, esto podría ser más eficiente. El rendimiento deja de ser un ritual esotérico y a un superpoder, así que debemos usarlo. Y bueno, si quieren seguir la conversación, les dejo mi LinkedIn, mi correo electrónico y estamos al habla. ¿Quién se anima a romper el hielo? Voy a buscar las preguntas acá. ¿Y me comparten las preguntas? Súper, qué buena. Todo quedó claro. Genial. Ujú. Genial, todos los que participaron en el chat. Estamos al habla.
So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have incorrect assumptions in code generated by AI. So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have incorrect assumptions in code generated by AI. So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have incorrect assumptions in code generated by AI. So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have incorrect assumptions in code generated by AI. So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have incorrect assumptions in code generated by AI. So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have incorrect assumptions in code generated by AI. So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have incorrect assumptions in code generated by AI. So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have incorrect assumptions in code generated by AI. So I think the human factor is, at least currently, the deciding way that while AI can generate code or analyze text more rapidly than a human, we need to still engage our own mental gears in using our domain knowledge and common sense, for lack of a better word, to make sure that we don't have.
Bien, bueno, muchas gracias a José por toda esta experiencia que nos contó sobre el uso de prácticas de performance, herramientas y cómo también interviene la inteligencia artificial en todo este proceso. Ya estamos cerrando. Ahí creo que tenemos algún dato, Tommy, para contarles.
Sí. Bueno, primero que nada, felicitar a los 3 ganadores del concurso de Gleam. Los ganadores son Alice Patra, ¿sí? @Alice Patra, Mariela Toscano y Micaela García. ¿Sí? Así que felicitaciones. Obviamente los van a estar contactando, más que nada para poder seguir con la mentoría que se han estado ganando.
Bien, felicitaciones. Felicitaciones a todos. Gracias nuevamente a toda la gente que estuvo mirando, que estuvo participando, comentando en el chat. Me gustaría redondear un poco toda esta idea que se estuvo conversando. Hablamos de un montón de herramientas, el concepto de agentes, LLMs, MSP. También cerramos ahora con un poco de lo que es la práctica de pruebas de performance. Pero creo que hay algo que se repite en cada una de las charlas y es cómo interactúa la persona, ¿no? El profesional con todas estas herramientas. Y es súper importante que, de igual manera como lo venimos haciendo con tantas otras herramientas, estar al día, involucrarnos, utilizarlos, probarlos, tomar lo que nos ayuda y lo que nos sirve y correr, dejar de lado tal vez que le puede servir a otra persona o a otro perfil, otro tipo de tecnologías y herramientas. Así que súper importante, hay que animarse, hay que embarrarse. Creo que está bueno que podamos usarlas. Hoy estas tecnologías están al alcance prácticamente de todos. Algunas son un poco más costosas, otras son open source como comentaban, pero nada, hay que involucrarse. Creo que es súper interesante esa parte.
Sí, ahí de última tiene la charla de Federico sobre cómo armar un prompt que pueda ser más que útil. Y bueno, como compartió José, recién hay varias herramientas que son open source, que están al alcance de la mano y que performan o van a dar resultados de igual calidad que algunas que son pagas quizás también, pero bueno, hay que involucrarse y encontrarle la vuelta, ¿sí? Nada, gracias una vez más por estar del otro lado, gracias a los speakers, a los hosts que han arrancado este evento. Sigan innovando, ¿sí? Seguramente, como dijo Leo, no faltarán oportunidades para volver a encontrarnos, a compartir conocimientos, experiencias y aprendizajes. Manténganse en contacto, ¿sí? Recuerden seguir a las distintas redes sociales de Globan, nuestro canal que es @Globan, tanto en Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, LinkedIn, X, en todos lados. Así, bueno, pueden estar atentos a las novedades. Y si se perdieron alguna charla, seguramente dentro de poco van a estar disponibles en YouTube. También van a estar, con el closed caption automático. Así que nada, si hay alguna que no hayan podido llegar a ver, dentro de poco van a estar subidas en los distintos canales oficiales. Y bueno, gracias JP también por acompañarme acá a hacer el hosting del evento. Y gracias a toda la producción. Espero que hayan disfrutado del evento. Y bueno, nos vemos la próxima.
Nos vemos en la próxima.
Hasta luego.
Hasta pronto.